I left my memories behind in search of freedom, but they still follow as I walk towards the future. Dark thoughts of a different life where dreams spend their day in a cage and love is nothing but pain. A very warm welcome to all of you. We are honored with the privilege to host 4th International Conference of Forensic Odontology and Child Abuse in association with Indian Association of Medical Legal Experts themed around saga of child abuse and neglect, time to act and react. We started our conference yesterday, which was inaugurated by Honorable Chief Guest Lieutenant General Dr. Bipin Puri sir, along with other esteemed guests who graced us with their presence.
We are extremely grateful that we got this opportunity to host this conference on the occasion of the 8th Foundation Day of our Forensic Odontology Unit. Our conference mainly focused on the latest trends and updates of forensic odontology to spread awareness regarding the social issue of child abuse.
And also to help establish medical legal significance of forensic odontologists. We like to thank Dr. Shalini Gupta for organizing this conference under the able guidance of Dr. Adarsh Kumar sir and Dr. Shalin Chandra sir.
As a part of our conference, we organized various workshops, scientific paper and poster presentations, competitions to address the issue of child abuse and to spread awareness about the complexity of current forensic medicine practice. We would like to thank all the participants for their enthusiastic efforts and participation, which helped us to achieve the sole purpose of the conference.
Alone we can do so little. Together, we can do so much.
Before proceeding further to get into the mood of the theme of the conference, I would like to say that we speak for the dead to protect the living. Now let's start with the session of the day. To carry it forward, I would like to hand over the podium to my colleague, Dr. Saloni Verma and Dr. Vandana Singh.
Good morning, everyone. I have a few housekeeping notes. I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this session. Kindly switch your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. Distinguished honorable speakers, dynamic chairpersons, and all our dignified guests, on behalf of Forensic Odontology Unit, KGMU, I, Saloni Verma, would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Karagre vaste Lakshmi, Kar Mule Saraswati, Kar Madhye Tu Govindam, Prabhate Kar Darshanam. With the blessings of the Almighty, let's begin today's session. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the Day 2 of 4th International Conference of Forensic Odontology and Child Abuse in association with IAMLE. The theme for the conference is A Saga of Child Abuse and Neglect, Time to Act and React. To begin with the session, we have Dr. N.K. Agarwal sir and Dr. Raghavan sir who will be chairing the session. Sir, I request you both to please come and sit on. N.K. Agarwal sir is the Director, Professor, and Head in Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at University College of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Sir has teaching experience of more than 40 years and is heading the department since 2001. He has delivered many guest lectures and published numerous articles and research papers. Sir has written a book and delivered Dr. BBL oration in the conference of ICF-MT. Sir has been awarded the Corona Warrior Award, Vishisht Chikitsa Ratna Award, Chikitsa Bhushan Award, DMA Excellence Award, and many more. Sir has been awarded many fellowships by IAFM, IAMLE, ICF-MT, and WHO. I welcome you, sir. Next chairperson is Dr. Raghavendra Kumar Vidwa, sir. He has completed his MD in Forensic Medicine and Toxicology from AIIMS New Delhi in 2007 and presently is working as Associate Professor at AIIMS Bhopal. He has been associated with over 2,500 medical legal autopsies and other medical legal cases throughout his career and has more than 11 years of teaching experience in the field of medical education, especially forensic medicine and toxicology and public health. He has experience in dealing with various types of medical legal cases, including expert opinion in cases of skeletal remains. Sir has 35 research publications in various national and international journals in his name and is also reviewer of many national and international journals. He has 2 ICMR extramural research projects and 3 intramural research projects going on under him as principal investigator. He has organized first ever hands-on workshop on forensic anthropology in 2017 as one of the series of forensic update at AIIMS Bhopal. Apart from it, Sir is involved in teaching and training of police and judicial officers at State Police Academy and National Judicial Academy Bhopal, respectively. His area of interest is forensic radiology. I welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. N.K. Agarwal, sir, to please introduce our first speaker of the day.
Hello, thanks to organizers, and I welcome all of you on the first session on the second day of our workshop, that is Fourth International Conference on Forensic Odontology and by IMLE and Child Abuse. First of all, I welcome Dr. Praveen Kumar Arora, who is our first speaker, that is, who is working as a professor and head Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology in Aurobindo Medical College and PG Institute Indore. He is head of World Bioethics Day, Department of International Chair in Bioethics, a member of International Forum of Teachers, member of Department of Education, Department of Research, and Palliative Care Department of International Chair in Bioethics. He is Honorary Secretary of IMLE, Indian Association of Medical Legal Experts. He is also an active member of Indian Program of International Chair in Bioethics and accredited National Training Faculty for IBHSC course. He is the convener and resource faculty of medical education, technology at NMC, Regional Training Center at Shri Birendra College. He is going to deliver very important lecture, which we must all of us know about the rights of children in the light of ethics. That what are the rights of children nowadays and the modern concept of ethics. I welcome here and request him to come and deliver the lecture. Please welcome Dr. Praveen Arora.
Thank you, Dr. N.K. Agarwal, sir, for the introduction, and good morning to chairpersons and all the audience present here. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Shalini, Dr. Adarsh Kumar, sir, for giving me the opportunity to be here among all the learned members today and to talk on the rights of children in the light of ethics, and we'll see what it's all about. PowerPoint mode. शेयर कर लो. PowerPoint. हाँ, नहीं नहीं उसको ठीक था, no problem. हाँ. Okay, so we'll try to go through the rights of the children, rights of the child in a more appropriate way, I should say. And let's see in the how ethical perspectives they influence or they carry these rights of the child. If I ask you, who is the child? That's a simple question, isn't it? Who is the child? Anyone? What are you thinking? A strange question. What weird question is this? Or even maybe, what a stupid question. Everyone knows who is a child, isn't it? Everyone knows. All of us, we talk about children and we all know who is a child. A child is, you can say, any person below the age of 12 years, or maybe as per the new perspective, anyone below the age of 18 years is a child, isn't it? But let me draw your attention, sir, and the audience to simple points which I am going to show below, and would like your attention to that. Would like you to think and then answer. Who is a child? Is a child the personal property of the parent? Is a child one who learns by punishment? Otherwise, they don't learn until unless you punish them. Or they don't know things, they don't understand things, and even they don't even feel. So even if you beat them, even if you slap them, you curse them, you scold them, they don't feel anything. Is that individual a human being, is a child? Or a child is just an insignificant being in the family, in the society? Those insignificance, maybe in the terms of their wishes, their perspectives, their thoughts, their emotions, their desires. Because whenever as parent we decide something, or as adult we decide something, we hardly ask them their wishes, what they want, because they don't understand. That's what our feeling is. So is that person, an individual, a child? That's my question. So it's not the definition as per the legal definition, or maybe in terms of the age in years which defines a child. But if we think from ethical perspective, the dimensions of a child differ. Or a child is just a person to fulfill the dreams of their parents. I wanted to become this, or I want you to become this. तुम्हें ऐसा करना है. I want you to perform best in the class. I want you to come first in the class. So is a child just there to fulfill the dreams of the parent and take care of them during their old age? ठीक है, जब हम बूढ़े हो जाएंगे हमारा ध्यान रखना. These are the desires we have. These are the wishes we have from our children. So is this a child? You agree with me or no? Many of you saying yes, many of you are saying no. For those who say no, let's see. Aren't these a common scenes in Indian families? We were discussing before the talk even. कि थोड़ा डांटना, scold करना, Indian families का एक common scene है. So it might be very mild when you are just scolding them for their performance or their misbehavior or indiscipline, what they have done. Or sometimes we cannot control ourselves, as Dr. Patwari sir was saying yesterday, that sometimes we go beyond because we get so emotional. We cannot control our emotions and we start scolding them and we cross the limits even. So that also happens. And emotional blackmailing, we have all faced it during our childhood also. Our mother saying, okay, do whatever you want to do. And then you are clueless what to do. So should I go ahead with my own wishes, or should I go with what my mother or my parents, they want me to do, right? So these emotional blackmailing. So there are memes on the internet, you can find it. I've taken from there also. What happiness do parents find by blackmailing their kids, emotionally blackmailing their kids? Many of you can recognize the picture from where I've taken. This is from Tare Zameen Par, the performance of the child. So when the child does not perform good in the examination, and there may be n number of reasons. Being medical students, you'll know now, right? So on the way, and when they come back home, rather than trying to understand the problems of the child, what he or she thinks and how he or she perceives the thing and what are their wishes, we start scolding because they are not performing well. They do not stand first in class. And because of them, maybe in your society of adults, you feel lesser compared to their parents. So we are not thinking about child. We are thinking about ourselves, how I am going to feel, how I am going to face their parents who are my friends or who are my colleagues or maybe like that in the society. तो मेरी इज्जत का सवाल है, हमें बच्चों से मतलब नहीं है. How a child is feeling and how they are performing. Again, one of the meme taken from internet. So American child, I don't know whether it's true or not, but for India, I can say yes. सबको होता है, देख पड़ोसी के बच्चे ने कैसा किया था, I want you to perform like that. उसके इतने % मार्क्स है. Then दिल में वो बच्चा पड़ोसी के बच्चे को भी गाली देता है, तूने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, उसकी वजह से मुझे डांट पड़ रही है. And when things go extreme, these are the examples, and I'm sure we all must have seen these clippings, these CCTV camera clippings and the videos in the news. These I have taken from news itself, channels. Patwari sir yesterday mentioned that in 94.9%, approximately 95% cases, children are being abused by the people who they know and whom they trust. Vinay Kumar sir had a question. It's not only about the sexual abuse, what most of the times we talk about POXO and sexual abuse. Children are being abused in many ways, emotionally, physically. And these are the extremes. Here, a mother is beating his child. We can see how badly she is beating him. Another incident, and these cases are not located to one particular geographical region. These are scattered all over, not only India, but across the world. This is one case from Bareilly. Again, the mother is beating and father had suspicion, and that's why he put in the CCTV camera to get evidence of that. And the mother was literally trying to strangle her own child. Again, the next clipping of the same case, and the father is pleading to his wife not to beat the child. Another incident. Mother is bashly beating her own daughter. And you can see the way she is beating her. Such a wild way. Such brutal beating. Do children really deserve this? Are we so emotionless, so senseless? We do not even think what's happening or what emotional trauma we are giving to the child and what the child will become when he or she will grow up. With what mental status he or she will grow and what feelings they will have towards their next generation, towards their children. Another incident, father beating his son with a stick, brutally thrashing him. And in this video, you can, if you can find it, all these videos are available on YouTube and other news channels. You can go through, and even the sister of the child, the child, she was also pleading. She was saying, sorry, please leave. But father was brutally thrashing them. Not only the parents, the teachers. This is an incident. This was recorded in the CCTV camera. As soon as the father left the room, the teacher was beating the child, holding his hair, and then with the chappals, he was literally beating him. And this is another extreme. This is a mother, a billionaire, not from a middle class family, not from a poor family, crorepati. And this lady killed her own daughter, who was just 4 months old. Can you say that this 4-month-old child was behaving, she was indisciplined, or she was demanding too much, or she was misbehaving? What was her crime? Just 4-month-old child, and she killed her. We need to, I think, treat ourselves, look into ourselves and get ourselves treated rather than being so brutal to kids. And what do kids give us in return? So I would definitely want everyone's attention on that. The beautiful smiles, their innocent faces is what they give us in return. Even after beating so much, we have done this to our children, and we as child, many of us might have faced this. Their cute faces, their innocent smiles, which take away all of your stress and pain when you go back home and see your children smiling, isn't it? Doesn't that happen? It may be any gender, any age, but children, their innocent face, their smiling faces, they take away all the pains, all the stress out of you. And moreover, they give you the joy and fulfillment of parenthood. And also the love and care, what we want in our old age, they all do it. And probably many of the in instances, parents say, we had been beating them, we had made them disciplined. That's why they are doing this. It's not that. It's not because of your beating, your bashing, that they take care of you and love you during your old age. If you ask me, I'll say children are actually the divine souls in their pure form. They forget all that bashing, they forget all this thrashing and brutally beating them or scolding them, but they still love you. And they spread the love. They trust innocently their parents, their guardians, their teachers, who are responsible for them to take care of them. That's what a child is. That's how they are. Now coming to the rise of the rights of child, how it all happened and how it all started, and then coming on to the current scenarios. During the World War I, Eglantin Jebb, she noticed the suffering of children. Millions and billions of children they became homeless. 3 lakh children approximately, their parents died during the war and they were left alone. So many children, and many of them were starving. So she observed the sufferings of the children, and then she wrote the document, Declaration of Rights of the Children, which is also known as the Geneva Declaration of the Rights of the Child, which she wrote in the year of 1923. Later, this particular document was adopted by the League of Nations. Earlier, it was League of Nations. In 1920s, it was constituted after the World War I, which happened from 1914 till 1918. So on 26th of November, 1924, this League of Nations, they adopted this Declaration of Rights of the Child, which was written by Eglantin Jebb. Interestingly, this was the first human rights document. So first human rights document was the rights of the child, not the human rights which in general we talk about. So it was the first human rights document which was approved by intergovernment institution, that is the League of Nations. Later, as League of Nations dissolved and excuse me, and the United Nations organization took his place, and then in 1959, on 10th December, United Nations General Assembly, they adopted Declaration of rights of child with 10 principles. In the original declaration, there were only 5 principles. These are in detail, so I'm not going in detail of that. And later, when these United Nations, they adopted it, fives. Later, again in 1989, on 20th November, the United Nations General Assembly further expanded the scope of rights of the child and converted it or adopted it as Convention on the Rights of the Child. This is what we'll discuss in detail now. So this is also known as CRC or UNCRC, United Nations Convention on Rights of the Child. It entered into force on 2nd of September 1990, and India is a signatory to this document, which it signed on 11th December 1992. So this is the basic page design or the initial page of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And these are, in summary, means in brief they have given. I'll just describe, because these are approximately, if we discuss the important ones only, so it will be approximately 41. Quickly we'll go through these slides. Okay. एग्जिट करना मैं इसको वो कर दूं, जूम पे कर दूं। ठीक, थैंक यू। So as per the Article 1 of this particular document, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, a child is defined as every human being below the age of 18 years, unless under the law applicable to the child, majority is attained earlier. Now, in this particular definition, I do not want your attention to the term below the age of 18 years. That all we understand. What I want to emphasize here, that this definition says that every human being, that's what we forget. Again, I'm quoting Dr. Patwari's lecture, yesterday's lecture. He said that when we are scolding the children, when we are telling them, many times we forget that they are child, or we forget about the child. What we forget about the child? We forget that they are also human beings. We just think that they are child, they do not understand, they learn by punishment. So they are also human beings. That I want we all to remember. And why this particular term human being is important here? Because the Article 1 of Universal Declaration on Human Rights, that says that first article says that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. It doesn't make difference whether a human being is a child or an adult. So they are all born free. They all have equal rights and equal in dignity. Again, the Article 3 of a later Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, which was adopted by United Nations in year 2005, 19th October 2005. The Article 3 of this document says human dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms are to be fully respected. And when we are talking of human dignity here, the human dignity has to be respected. That's the worthiness or the worthiness of an individual is to be respected, not because of the virtue of their social status, their economic status, or their professional status, but just because of the virtue of their being human status. So whatever class, whatever creed, whatever social status, whatever economic status, whatever religion, whatever gender they may belong to, the dignity should be respected. The basic dignity what a human being deserves, they should be treated with that dignity and respect. Recognition of a person's dignity presupposes active respect of for human rights, their self-esteem and their self-determination. So until unless we respect the dignity of human being, we cannot respect and we cannot deliver the rights in their proper sense, in their true sense. Children's rights are the human rights, but these are accustomed explicitly to the children's needs, their wants, and overall well-being. They consider the fragility, specificities, and age-appropriate requirements of the child in these rights. Children's rights aim to reflect the necessity of the development of a child. So being adult, it is our responsibility to take care of those human beings, those who are still young, and provide them an environment, nurture them in an environment which is loving and caring. So this is the declaration in detail. Quickly, I'll go by a few of these. So if we see the first article of Convention on the Rights of Child, CRC, it gives the definition of the child, what we have already discussed. In Article 2, it says there should be no discrimination as far as the rights of the child are concerned. So all children, whatever religion, whatever country, whatever social status they belong to, they all have the similar rights, even if they are disabled. They have the similar rights. So there should be no discrimination when you are talking of the rights of the child. Article 3 talks about the best interest of the child. So whenever an adult, their parents, or even the governments, they are planning something, they should think of the best interest of the child. We do most of the times, many of the adults do, but many of the times we even tend to avoid or overlook that. Article 4 says, makes it mandatory for the governments to make the rights real. That means these should be implemented and these should be enforced. It should not be only on the paper. Article 5 talks about the family guidance. As the children develop, government should allow and observe that the children and the families are guided when their children are developing. Okay, sir. I'll quickly skip through. And the life and, okay, this I think we can go and quickly, in the next slide, in nutshell, so there are many articles. So right of the right to the name, nationality, and identity of the children. In Article 7 and 8, right to health. In Article 23 and 24 of this document, right to education. Article 28, right to family life. So many articles, 8, 9, 10, 16, 20, these address this problem, these issues. Right to protected from violence is there, right to opinion, right to be protected from armed conflicts, war. We still see that is going on between Russia and Ukraine. The right to be protected from exploitation is also one of the basic rights of the children. These further to about the provisions, how they're implemented. Optional protocols are also there. Yesterday, Dr. Rituja talked about this optional protocol on CRC, sale of children, child prostitution, and child pornography. I'm not going in detail of this. Even the courts in India, this is one particular case, Lakshmikant Pandey versus Union of India. This Mr. Lakshmikant Pandey wanted to adopt a child and he was overseas. So the court observed that every child has a right to love and be loved and to grow up in an atmosphere of love and affection and of moral and material security. The future well-being of a nation depends on how its children grow up and develop. So as this important is a child, there are many provisions in the articles in our own Indian constitution. So Article 15, 14, 15, 17, 19, 21, 20. So there are wherever fundamental rights are mentioned. So all the fundamental rights which are applicable to human beings in general are applicable to children. And besides that, there are many articles which address the fundamental rights of the children specifically. So part 4 of the Constitution of India, again, this directive principles for the state policies. Again, many articles address to the rights of the children. Beyond this constitutional provisions, India adopted a national policy for children in 1974, and they declared that children are the nation's most precious asset. So that's how precious and important children are. But still, the saga of dehumanizing children continues. Thus, to protect children, various legislation and policies are formulated. I'm not again going in detail. So there are various sections. Our learned members, they all know about various sections of IPCs which take care of the rights of the children, and there are punishments for infringing on those rights. and there are many acts also. So there is my purpose of showing this, that there is a huge list of provisions in the Constitution, in the IPC, and there are a long list of acts. I've not covered all here, but still this is more than 4 slides. It is really practically impossible to remember all those conventions, articles, and acts and act accordingly to save yourself. Okay, I should not behave in that manner so that I get caught. But it is far more easier to remember that children too are human beings and that they also deserve the dignified and respectful behavior from us, from the senior humans. So just remember, every child deserves to grow up feeling safe and loved. They have the right to be heard. Even though legally they might not have the right to consent, but they still have the right to be heard, right to be treated fairly, right to be healthy, right to a childhood. That is important. We should not steal away their child, and all children have the rights, not only few. Remember Eglantin Jebb, who devoted her life to create awareness about the rights of the child. And before I finish, the messages I wish you carry: let's stop overriding and infringing the rights of children. That we can do very easily, because children, they are very small, they cannot retaliate back. We do not do such behavior in the public to adults, because we know that they will bash us back or they will reply back. But children, we know they cannot do anything. So we infringe their rights very easily. We should try to protect, nurture, and create awareness regarding their rights. Loving and caring. This is again a concept I feel is not correct, which we all have in our minds. Loving and caring spoils the children. Loving and caring does not spoil them, but compensating them with the material objects. You give them mobile phones, you give them TV to keep them busy, because you cannot give them time. You cannot give them love and care. That material objects will definitely spoil them. And corporal punishment cannot teach right behavior. Punishing them cannot teach them right behavior, because corporal punishment in itself is not the right behavior. If I'm beaten during my childhood, I'll beat my child because I was treated in the same manner. Thank you. And children will say thank you to you if we do this.
Thank you, Professor Praveen. Any questions from the audience? Anybody who wants to ask? Thank you, Dr. Praveen. You have very nicely elaborated from the who is a child, what type of punishment we people are giving, what type of love we are giving, and never be so much influenced, never be so much, again, I will say, disgrace from our limits, and look after the child properly, nurture the child properly. With these words, I give it.
So our next speaker is Dr. J.S. Sahrawat. He is presently working as Senior Assistant Professor in the Department of Anthropology, Punjab University, Chandigarh, since May 2013. He has previously worked as Forensic Anthropologist in the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, Government Medical College and Hospital, Chandigarh, for more than 8 years, and identified many unknown skeletons. His major areas of research specializations are forensic anthropology, odontology, and osteology, forensic biology, ancient DNA stable isotope analysis studies. He has published more than 71 research papers in the reputed journal, international 60 journals, 60 articles, and in the national journals, around 11 articles. He has also presented many research papers in national and international conferences, delivered lectures there as resource persons, invited lectures in number of national and international scientific events.
Thank you very much.
There's a lot.
Thank
So I
you
invite him to kindly deliver the talk.
thank you very much, Professor Raghavendra and Professor Agarwal.
Shortage of time, we are giving only 20 minutes to you. for
I will finish because
presentation.
I am already in some
So
sort
the
of hurry.
topic of sir is forensic odontological identification of Ajannala skeletal remains,
Thank you very much.
evaluation and multiple methods and strategies.
Thank you
sir.
very much, Professor Raghvendra and Professor Agarwal, to accept my request to prepone my lecture. I also extend my heartiest thanks to Dr. Salini and Professor Adarsh Kumar for inviting me to present my information here in this international conference. So here in this presentation, I am going to present the applied aspect of odontology, how teeth, they have helped in identification of non-scientifically excavated and badly damaged human skeletal remains which were excavated from a well. So these are some disclosures. My presentation does not promote or advertise any commercial, and there is no conflict of interest with anyone, and financial support by DST sir, and ethical clearance has already been obtained from multiple institutes for carrying out the results which have been presented here. So all of you know that identification of unidentified human remains which have been recovered from a number of multiple sites that have created a big problem for forensic experts. So I will elaborate how forensic and odontologists, they can be a valuable adjunct in these pursuits. So bones and teeth, they have been increasingly used out to figure out the biological identity of individuals or who lived in the past, as these two osseous hard tissues, they retain their crucial markers of identity even after death. And odontology has contributed very significantly in identification strategies of unknown human skeletal remains, which have been retrieved from some forensic or bioarchaeological contexts, as teeth are minimally affected by almost all sorts of degradations or destructions. Teeth store invaluable information to answer a lot of forensic anthropological questions of provenance, that is about their biological identity, taphonomic or traumatic insults, dietary practices, and subsistence patterns, mobility routes, and a lot of other things. So here I am going to present a very briefly about the Adnala skeletal remains and how odontology has helped in identification. So mankind has witnessed several heinous crimes against humanity. That may be the case of the present Russia-Ukraine conflicts, or maybe the past war or war-related crimes around the globe. And some roadside, or you can say some burial sites which are not commonly used, or they are not commonly followed in most of the traditions or religions, they have remained the common burial sites for the disguised disposal of human cadavers to avoid attention of the international human rights watch groups. So in one such incident, thousands of the badly damaged and commingled human remains, along with numerous items of their personal identity, they were excavated non-scientifically by some amateur archaeologist from a disguised ancient well found underneath a religious structure at Ajnala near Amritsar in Punjab. So the written records, they mention that these exhumed human remains, they belong to 282 Indian soldiers who were killed in 1857 by the British colonial rulers, and their dead bodies were immediately dumped into an nearby ancient well due to the contemporary socio-political situations of the country at that time. So there was a book that the crisis in Punjab from 10th of May until fall of Delhi, that was written by the British commissioner, Mr. Henry Lee Cooper, of that, who was the deputy commissioner of Amritsar region at that time. It was mentioned in the book that 500 soldiers belonging to a specific native infantry battalion, they revolted against the Britishers, and they killed some British officer and they fled from the site, but they were caught at the banks of the river Ravi on the basis of information provided by the locals. And on the next day, that is 1st August 1857, they were killed 10 by 10 and their dead bodies were put into a well. And that well was filled with soil and a religious structure was built upon the periphery of that well. And to disguise the future generations about the availability of the such human remains inside a well, because the Britishers were very clever enough that it is very hard and very sensitive to touch the religious sentiments in India. That's why the religious structure, which were commonly worshipped by local people, was built upon the periphery of the well. And the next year, that British commissioner, Mr. Henry Lee Cooper, was shifted to England, and he wrote a book, that is Crisis in Punjab from 10th of May until Fall of Delhi. And in that book, he wrote everything about the cruelties which he had committed, not only in Ajnala, but at different placements when he was here as an officer. So he wrote a book in 1858, and that book never came back to India up to 2014. It was only in 2014 that a research scholar from GNDU Amritsar, she happened to visit London History Museum, and she read that book, and she came back to Ajnala, and she told everything, that the place which we are worshipping, that have thousands of human remains belonging to our first freedom struggle soldiers. So this was the religious structure which was built upon the periphery of the well. It is the structure which was still there in 2014. So a new Gurdwara was built, and the old Gurdwara was removed or dismantled. So this was the well which was found underneath that religious structure. And this is the well which is present right now. It is emptied, and the excavation was carried out by the amateur archaeologists, not by any anthropologist, odontologist, or archaeologist, or any expert mediated exhumation was not there. So on the basis of information retrieved from that book, the locals, they get a curiosity to endorse or refute the versions which were written in the book. So they themselves exhumed out the remains without any government intervention. There was some compelling situations for the government not to excavate the remains because of some situations. So these were the skeletal remains which were excavated from that particular well by these curiosity seekers, or you can say amateur archaeologists. You can see the commingled, damaged, and fragmented and bad conditions of these human remains belonging to multiple individuals, which were excavated by those curiosity seekers, or you can say amateur archaeologists, who just wanted to satisfy their curiosity. So this is another picture which shows the situation, or you can say condition of the skulls and some other bones or other personal artifacts which were retrieved from that particular well. These are some other pictures. You can see as a persons of dentistry that in the right side picture, that is a treasure for us. So we were invited only after the remains were excavated by the government to take care of these remains and to carry out the biological profile of the individuals who were killed in Ajnala in 1857. So we visited the site, we segregated the human remains, and then we came back to our lab with some important human remains which were recovered from that particular site. So these were some coins and medals which were also recovered along with these remains. So these were some items of present. They clearly show the picture of Queen Victoria and year of their make, that is 1840. And these were some personal artifacts which were found among the skeletal remains. You can think about how these gold articles belonging to females, they were found in that particular well, along with those human remains which belong to male soldiers belonging to that particular battalion, and who came from this eastern UP, Bengal, Bihar, Odisha, and some northeastern states, because the composition of that particular battalion that was mentioned in that particular book. So you can think about being a if you have some urge for learning and something, why the things which are present in the right picture, that things belonging to females were also found along with these remains. So 9,641 human teeth, they were retrieved from that Ajnala skeletal assemblage by us by spending 7 to 8 days on the site. So similarly, there were some jaw fragments which are very important for us. So these are around 93 jaw fragments are with us to carry out their identifications. So you can see the condition of these teeth which are present still in their jaw fragments, and you can say that almost all the these jaw fragments are their third molar is there. So the problem, or you can say there was a difficulty for us how to go ahead for identification of these remains, because the human bones they were badly damaged. If expert mediated exhumation was there, we must have excavated each and every skeleton of which were present in the well in a very good condition. But as the excavation was carried out by these curiosity seekers, so it created a very challenge task for us to identify them still. So you know that teeth, why we prefer teeth out of such a huge collection of the thousands of human remains from that particular well, why we choose tooth as our methods of investigations or methods of identification, because teeth are considered the hardest and well preserved structures which are resilient to mechanical, chemical and biological degradations, and they have the longest postmortem longevity and durability. Second, the tooth shape, size and genetic composition they are very unique among different population groups and even among each and every individual. Dental tissues, they usually do not remodel at all compared to the bones. The turnover rate of the bone remodeling, that values that changes according to the gender, age, type of bones, but that is not the case with the teeth. They are the richest and the most valuable source of high molecular DNA to identify severely damaged, burnt and mutilated bodies of unknown credentials. So odontological profile can reflect health and medical status, socioeconomic status, dietary habits, occupation, occlusal functions, smoking or chewing habits, cultural practices, and other individual specific behaviors. You know that diatoms can be extracted from the pulp chamber. Similarly, missing tooth, teeth coloration patterns, congestions, they can discriminate natural or sudden and violent. So it is because of these information which is already present in the literature that we prefer to use teeth as a mean of identification. And you know that these are not a picture from that particular ceremony, but these are some pictures which show that we can estimate because we are I'm a forensic anthropologist, so we know about the cultural modifications and cultural alterations which are being carried out in different population group naturally, not for some medical purposes. So we applied, I being the sole overseer of these remains, so we applied a number of methods for their identification purposes. So we try to give respect to those freedom fighters on the basis of our investigations or scientific examinations. I would like to say that first cruelty was committed by Britishers, second was committed by those amateur archaeologists, and third cruelty was committed by the state government, who provided us these remains, and they didn't provide even a single penny of money for their identifications purposes. It was written in their letter that we do not have any money for this project. So the third cruelty was committed by the state government concerned. So on the basis of our collaborations and our interlinking or internet networking with the great
Sherawat,
personalities
please
like
little
Professor
fast.
Adesh Kumar.
Little fast.
Only so we provide. I will finish very soon. So we carried out a number of analysis with these remains. Forensic anthropologically, we examined them. Then we identified their non-metric dental traits, odontometric analysis, dental pathologies, trauma analysis, pulp tooth area ratio, elemental analysis, aspartic acid decimization, carbon dating, stable isotope analysis, and lastly the molecular DNA. So from one slide, मैं ये बता दूंगा. So positioning of the human skeletal remains in the well sediments, they indicated that dead bodies, they were thrown from the top of the well at one time. The minimum number of individuals that were calculated was 246 from the count of the mandibular molar only. So where are the remaining persons? Because it was mentioned 282. So you can think about that as a forensic expert. Presence of the third molar in majority of the jaw fragments identified the victims as adults. The distinctly dissimilar gross anatomical features of the few intact skulls revealed that the victims of different age groups and belonging to different geographical regions. Indentations of the ear of the make and the image of the Queen Victoria required on the coins and medals corroborated that remains belong to the reported incidents of 1857. The average height was 167.2 centimeters, which is quite shorter than the people of local Punjab. Negligible number of dental pathologies in the teeth implied that victims had good dietary habits, sound dental hygiene, and unstressful childhood. A negligible percentage of enamel hypoplasia was there. Extrinsic blackish brown or reddish stains were suggestive of the tobacco smoking or betel net chewing, and same is common in present day reported regions. Majority of the skulls has stephanomic as traumatic signatures on their frontal and temporal portions, because there were two other theories which were prevalent about these remains. The local people, a local government, they believed that these remains do not belong to that incident of 1857. They claimed that these remains belong to the individual of 1947 during India's partition, when Hindu-Muslim conflicts were there, and it belonged to their dead bodies. So, but on the basis of anthropological examination, no coin was required from onward 1856. So all the coins, they were dated before 1856. So we also carried out non-metric trait analysis. We analyzed a number of traits, and we found that they were very unique, and unique dentition is present in Indian population. So these are this is the list of, it is very difficult to present each and everything here. So this is the list of the dental traits which were found very uniquely in these skeletal remains when compared to other three major subdivisions of the mankind. So the non-metric dental traits examined in this sample, by and large, they had frequency very relatively unique. With this, per se doesn't allow us to identify these remains as belonging to Indian subcontinent, but it does reaffirm findings from the previous research that allude to Indians exhibiting a relatively unique frequency of non-metric dental traits compared to other major subdivisions of the mankind. These were some features which were examined. I need a whole day session for presentation. This is a very unique topic of forensic odontology.
Sometime again, we will have you
Okay.
in another form,
So
and we'll listen to you about the whole case.
Similarly, we identified their sex on the basis of their odontometric measurements, and from that we found that about 77.8% individuals, they were males, and so.
Sir, we are very happy to know that at least you were the part of the team, and you yourself has gone to collect all these data and other things.
So I have shared these PPTs with the organizers. So anybody who is interested, they can.
We can have it from the
discuss.
organizers.
So,
any questions first?
पहले मैं सारी स्लाइड दिखा दूं, उसके बाद क्वेश्चन पूछता हूं.
अभी चलोगे?
मैं स्लाइड बोलूंगा नहीं, मैं दिखा रहा हूं स्लाइड.
चलो.
लास्ट में कंक्लूडिंग जरूर बोले. देखो ये. See these pictures. I have 78 such type of skulls which were recovered from that assemblage. Each of them has a traumatic injury in their frontal portion. Okay. We carried out their stable isotope analysis. Professor Adarsh Kumar knows that we presented in ICRC webinar very shortly. So these are some publications. Very recent publications we done with from these remains. Firstly, it was very impossible, but teeth, they helped us a lot. And a teeth, very huge collection of 9,000, more than 9,000 human teeth, and they have helped us a lot. So expert mediated exhumation of the Zanala skeletal remains would have had made the task of anthropologists much easier. Forensic odontological examination immensely helped us in their identification strategies. particularly from the application of the multitude of techniques which I have mentioned in the slides previously to the anthropological examination. So we applied more than 11 to 12 different techniques in collaboration with some national as well as international institutes. So the facilities for some of these techniques was not available in India. So we collaborated with some international institutions. So relatively unique frequency of the dental traits considered here reaffirmed previous findings that Indians have a unique dental features compared to other divisions of mankind. Comparative analysis of the results of the multiple analytical techniques applied toward identification of odontological remains grossly endorse the significance of dental evidence in identification of discouraged,
Sir, come to the conclusion, please.
challenged human remains excavated non-scientifically. The gnawed anterior teeth were most likely attributed to the task of breaking the thread for stringing the pork and beef grease cartridges by the victims during their military and strategic operations. So I would like to thank Punjab University, DST Sir, BSIP Lucknow, CCMB Hyderabad, SDMU Dharwad, California State University, Oklahoma State University, University of Manchester, Cranfield University, Newfoundland University, and Max Planck Institute of Human History, with whom I have collaboration for identification pursuits regarding these remains. Thank you very much. Sir.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting this area of importance. And I think you have also highlighted the role of expert in involving such kind of studies. Otherwise, they cause a lot of destruction, rather. So thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite next speaker.
As sir has to leave earlier, so I would like to request our chairpersons to present memento to our guest speaker, Dr. J.S. Sherawat sir, as a token of appreciation for his valuable time and contribution. Now we'll move to the next session. I would like to request to introduce next speaker.
So our next speaker is Dr. Utsav Parekh. He has obtained his medical degree in forensic medicine and toxicology from prestigious NHL Medical College, Gujarat, securing a gold medal in the post-graduation. He has been appreciated by the investigative authorities for his contribution in a medico-legal field for more than 10 years, conducting medico-legal autopsies of all kind to aid in the administration of justice. He conducted autopsies in very many landmark cases. He authored 35 research publications in international and national journals, out of which 22 publications are listed in PubMed collaboration with international authors. He attended many conferences, national as well as international. He has been invited as scientific committee member and chairperson in the international forensic conferences. His presentation was awarded first prize in national conference. He is member of editorial and reviewer board in many national and international forensic journals of repute. He contributed to an editorial article in the esteemed journal Forensic Science International. He successfully completed the advanced course in medical education. He has also organized continuous professional development program in the field. He has delivered expert talks as a guest speaker and many more chapters in the well-regarded books on medical negligence and forensic pathology. And he has been appointed as a postgraduate teacher and has been allotted various academic appointments, including member of board of studies and convener of the board at university. He is also appointed as a center appraiser for conducting NEET PG examination. He is a life member of many national and international associations in the field. He has been felicitated with a Star Faculty Award and gold medals at the Working Institute. He has been involved with medical education and is dedicated to the teaching, training, practice of forensic medicine and its growth for close to 1 decade. So I invite him for the talk. The topic of the talk is overview of three-dimensional printing technology in forensic medicine. Dr. Osso.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Raghavendra. Sure, sir. Very good morning, Dr. Agrawal, sir, Dr. Adarsh Kumar, sir, Dr. Shalini, madam, and all the dignitaries, respected faculty, students, colleagues. Not wasting much time, the objective of this session are to provide the information about how 3D printing works in biomedical aspects, potential application of 3D printing in forensic medicine, its limitations, and point to be considered about its future. So there has been a lot of advancement of 3D printing, materials, techniques, and printers in the last decade, as well as an expansion in the application of the 3D printing across the industries, such as manufacturing, healthcare, and dentistry. There are dedicated journals to 3D printing in the medicine and additive manufacturing. However, there are very few examples of 3D printing being applied in the forensic scenarios in the published literature, and that's why I wish to present this topic in this forum. 3D printing uses successive layers of material to build upon object in 3 dimensions. There are several phases to progress from a digital model to a printed model, and which include image acquisition, image processing, 3D model creation, and translation of the model data to the 3D printer language. Digital models can be generated from volumetric data, such as CT scan, from point cloud data, for example, laser scanners, as well as from the computer-aided designs, CAD. For example, in this slide, we are seeing that object is being scanned by a laser scanner manually and automatically. This scan data is transferred to the software and will be converted into .stl file. So the resultant image of the scan file will look like this. When this data is transferred to the 3D printer, which is able to read this only .stl file, 3D printing will be processed and the object which is scanned is now 3D printed. So these are some examples of 3D printed structures. Depending upon the type of printer, printing material, and the process, resultant 3D printed object will be different. And here we can see the various methods and the materials. Here various 3D printing techniques like fused deposition modeling, selective laser sintering, material jetting, and stereolithography. And the most common method used is fused deposition modeling. So depending upon the material printing technique, these are the various examples. Now, coming to our point of interest, 3D printing can be applied potentially at the different aspect in the forensic areas, such as crime scene analysis of the evidence, forensic archaeology, anthropology, courtroom procedure, forensic taphonomy, forensic odontology, and many more. For example, in crime scene investigation, the documentation of the crime scenes using a laser scanner is not a new concept. However, the literature is limited on the printing of these models. Rapid prototyping can help create a scaled down model of a skin, which could illustrate complex information as a physical demonstration. For instance, Licio in 2013, you can see the first figure. He 3D printed a vehicle accident that helped visualize its final position in relation to other objects. Traditionally, the path of the bullet from an object in a crime scene was demonstrated using a probe and a string. Bullet trajectory reconstruction can now be generated using a variety of digital imaging techniques. As a part of virtual crime scene reconstruction, while digital imaging has been applied in a bullet trajectory reconstruction, there is no evidence of research extending into the 3D printing, but there is a vast area of scope in this area. So 3D printing can replicate this type of imaging techniques. The use of the 3D printing has focused on matching tool marks to the injuries. This use of 3D printing tool marks on the bone has also been achieved by Bayer in the printing of tool marks in a case of dismemberment, and by the Wozniak in case of blunt force trauma to the head. So here we can see how the 3D printed skull has been recreated and it was matched with the weapon. Similarly, in the fingerprint, footprint, or the shoe print concept. So the concept of 3D printing a fingerprint at an increased scale for the demonstrating comparison in the courtroom has been discussed already in the literature. Some examples can also be found online that have trialed this concept and produced the replica print. The rapid capture of this impression evidence is very, very important. And we can see the area of the 3D printing has also extended to the area of printing the footprint and the shoe print, which can be compared with the actual crime scene pattern. So this has also incorporated the high resolution documentation foot impressions. In the clinical forensic area, imaging modalities have demonstrated their usefulness for the documenting the internal and external changes to the soft tissue and the bones. Abbott, who successfully printed various models that were documented using CT angiography, MRI, and surface scanning. These models included a ruptured kidney, as we can see in the first image, infarcted heart, and trauma to the cranium. In addition, the author illustrated the need for 3D printing with the regard to evidence that may change with some time or after the death, like in case of healing bruise, a bite mark in tissue was recovered using a surface scanning and 3D printed full color replication. For the education and demonstration purpose, not only does the 3D printing anatomy help demonstrate the relationship between the lesion and the bony features as an aid for the teaching, it can also significantly improve the knowledge and skills of new surgeons, anatomists, and anthropologists, and other professionals. For instance, these potential benefits were addressed by Dumle, who created a feasibility study for producing 3D printed hand models for cadaveric dissection in anatomy education. So the first picture was created by the Dumle. Forensic anthropology is one of the few areas where the application of 3D printing is beginning to be fully explored. A case report by the Bayer introduced the use of 3D printed dismembered skeletal elements for the courtroom presentation. And Rachel Carew assessed the accuracy of the 3D printed skeletal models in forensic anthropology. One study has been conducted at the NFSU Gandhinagar. In that, the fragmented bones were scanned and 3D printed with the accuracy of very few millimeters. Similarly, in the forensic taphonomy is not spared from the 3D printing areas. Michel demonstrated preservation of the body in situ by the 3D printing where the 2D techniques or methods may be limited. Study of post-printing changes can be studied by the 3D printing, and it was demonstrated by the Michelberg in 2018. In the forensic odontology area, the application of the 3D printing is very well established in the dentistry and dental restoration, while most recently, the 3D printing is beginning to be applied in the forensic odontology and well suited as the replicas of human bones and teeth can be printed with the straightforward methods. It is applied within the areas like in case of bite marks analysis, facial reconstructions, age estimations, or for identification of the individuals. For example, these are the fragmented remains of the mandible, and these are first of all scanned by a laser scanner, and then it was digitally just restored in a computer aided design software, CAD software. Then the full image has been augmented it was transferred into a .stl file and then transferred to the printer. The printer can read this .stl file, and by the fuse deposition modeling technique, the full replication of the restored bone can be achieved. In that cases, when the fragmented remains are only available physically, we have the full digital 3D printed model, and we can achieve the identification data from this 3D printed model, in which there is no loss to the actual remain, or there is no any damage to the potential evidences. So these are the very potential applications of the 3D printing. Coming to the few last side, there are certain limitations like it admissibility in the courtroom, because there are certain permissions required to demonstrate this type of 3D printed evidences in place of actual evidences in the courtroom. So it is very much debatable. Even the quality of the original surfaces like metallic surface or porous surface cannot be achieved, and the areas are still in study. Even the techniques and printing material are very much different from point to point, place to place. Even the expertise is needed in the field, because accuracies are obtained or should be obtained in millimeter size. So the field are debatable. However, there are ethical implications that should also be considered. This is discussed at length by Dr. Richard Jones, who formulated the ethical argument on the permission for the use, acquisition of the anatomical structures, treatment of the body, and commercialization. We are coming to the last slide, that what is the future and which are the points to be considered. So the future of 3D printing is very advanced, and we have very potential applications of this 3D printing in the forensics. There are points to be considered. Research requires in this field for the accuracy, for the validation, for the perfect methods, and admissibility in the courts. There should be working group who can study it and find out the best practices for the forensic objectives, development of the best primer for the use in the court of law, and the must thing is the interdisciplinary collaboration which is required for this type of methods. Thank you very much.
Any question from the audience? Dr. Jayanta.
For this excellent topic, bringing in this forum. I like to ask only two questions. Number one, is this admissible under Indian Evidence Act? This is number one. And number two is what is the cost of doing this? And what is your agenda? You, as a forensic guy, you are trying to get the crime scene reconstruct and produce the evidence. If it is not being accepted as evidence under Indian Evidence Act, then what is the benefit of doing this study? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your questions. So currently, there are studies being made on the 3D printing techniques to use in the forensics, and in the courtroom, because the field is very in the basic stage. So still the practice of demonstration in the courtroom is not started, or I am not aware about it. And regarding the permissibility, it is still a debatable concept. Another thing, it cost it depend upon the material and the printer we are using. So from the few thousand rupees to the lakhs and crores, the printers are available, materials are available. So depending upon the technique, printing, and which type of expertise we need. Another, sir, the last question. Okay, so so I just added in my objectives of this session, that the objectives of this presentation is this technique is just started and in a basic mode in our country. So there are very much scope of this technique to use in a collaboration manner in the forensic approach.
So good morning all. As the new technology, whatever we are getting to incorporate in the forensic medicine, there is always a question of the legality, whether it is legally valid or not. But that question we always ask only in forensic medicine, not in other field. Like, what is the legal value of laparoscopy? So laparoscopy was similarly invented like that. Even the telemedicine. So initially, ultimately, whatever the process we will do, it will be legalized in coming future. So we should not stop, we should move.
Before this COVID pandemic, telemedicine was not legalized in India. Its legalized date is probably 20th April 2020. So before that, there is nothing called telemedicine. It's only in the fancy idea. Now, basically, COVID pandemic enabled us to enforce that kind of law. And you are talking about the surgical procedures. I am basically a surgeon. Any surgical procedure, any surgical instrument and equipment, it is being used only if it is legalized by DCGI, not before that.
Any other question from the student side? Regarding this future technique, this is really having a scope for future, and definitely it will be admissible in the future. So now this is the end of this session. Now I would like to hand over this mic to organizers.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Utsaf Parekh, sir, for acquainting us with the application of 3D printing in the field of forensic medicine. Because of paucity of time, we'll be giving the mementos after the second session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, honorable guest speakers, dynamic chairpersons, and all the dignitaries for your presence. Because of paucity of time, we'll not be having a scheduled tea break. Tea is served outside. Please refresh yourself in between the sessions. I will hand over the mic to Dr. Roshna to start the session 2. And from here, I, Dr. Saloni Verma, take your leave. Thank you. Dr. N.K. Agarwal, sir.
Good morning all. I'm Dr. Roshna. We are enlightened by all the wonderful and inspiring lectures in session 1. And now we are going to start with our next session. I would like to call our respected chairperson to join us for session 2. Our first chairperson, Dr. Manoj Kumar Mohanty sir, currently working as a professor and head of Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Welcome, sir. Our second chairperson, Dr. Tanuj Kanjan sir, professor and head, Department of Forensic Medicine and Vice Dean, AIIMS Jodhpur. Welcome, sir. Our third chairperson, Dr. Amit Nagar sir, professor, Department of Orthodontics, Faculty of Dental Science, KGMU. Sir is on the way. Sir is on the way. He will join with us soon. Welcome, sir. I'm requesting Dr. Manoj Kumar Mohanty sir to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Vidusha Vijay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to introduce you Dr. Vidusha Vijay. She has completed her MBBS from K.S. Hegde Medical Academy, Bangalore, and MD from Bangalore Medical College Research Institute. She has a diploma in medical law and ethics from National School of India University, and the degree was confirmed by Chief Justice of India. She was presented many numerous medical conferences all over the country and won the award for the same, and also has many research publication in her name in many international and national journals. She is presently working as assistant professor at Dr. Chandrama Dayanand Sagar Institute of Medical Education and Research, Karnataka. Today she is presenting about Child Sexual Abuse MTP Act. Are we failing our children?
Thank you, sir. A very good morning. I'm Dr. Vidusha, like sir introduced, and I have chosen to speak to you all about child sexual abuse and the MTP Act. So the objectives that I will be covering in this talk will be the burden of the problem, an overview of child sexual abuse, the POCSO Act of 2012, the MTP Act of 1971, and a few recommendations. So to begin, I'm sure all of us have seen news articles like these, plenty of news articles like these, children being raped, children being murdered, and sex crimes against children are going up every year. So there was an article that was published in the Times of India in the year 2017 that said that every year there has been a marginal rise in the number of cases of sex crimes against children. So with this background in mind, let's look at a few statistics. So India is home to basically about 19% of the children in the world. And rape happens to be the fourth most common crime against females. And also the number of juveniles who are perpetuating the crime are also increasing marginally. About 47.21 crore in India are juveniles, 39% of the country. So it's a very substantial number. And the US-based National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has reported that over 2.44 million children were abused in the year 2017. So I have taken the 2019 NCRB statistics, and from that it shows that out of 1,48,185 cases of crime that were registered against children, about 4.5% was increase as compared to 2018, and 35% of those cases were all registered under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offense Act. The crime rate in India per lakh, 1 lakh of children is 33.2% in 2019 compared to 31.8% in 2018. If you look at only the metropolitan cities, 21,425 cases were registered in 2019, whereas in 2018 it was 20,511. So I just want to briefly touch upon the definitions of child abuse. So it's basically the physical, sexual, or emotional mistreatment or neglect of a child. So broadly, there can be 5 different types: child neglect, emotional and psychological abuse, child sexual abuse, physical abuse, and chemical abuse, of which I'm focusing on child sexual abuse for today's talk. In the year 1999, in Geneva, the World Health Organization had a consultation on child abuse prevention. So here they defined what exactly child abuse is. So I would like you to pay attention to the words in red. So child sexual abuse is the involvement of a child in sexual activity where the child cannot fully comprehend. That is important. The child cannot comprehend. The child cannot give informed consent. The child is not developmentally prepared for such an act, and the act will violate the laws and social taboos of society. So this is what child sexual abuse is. And also in the end, the last 3 lines are really important. So child sexual abuse is inducement or coercion of a child to engage in any unlawful sexual activity. 1, it can be the exploitative use of a child in prostitution or any other unlawful sexual practice, or the exploitative use of a child in pornographic performance or materials. So the features that could characterize child sexual abuse: 1, physical abuse. Physical violence is rarely used in sexual abuse when it comes to a child. It's usually a known and a trusted caregiver who manipulates the child's trust, and it occurs over weeks or years. And the episodes that are repeated become more invasive with time. That is very characteristic of child sexual abuse. Also, incest and intrafamilial abuse account for almost 1/3 of all cases. Some signs that a child has been sexually abused: physically, you will notice things like swelling or redness in the genital area, pain during voiding of urine, difficulty in walking or sitting, bruises in the genital area, symptoms of UTI, symptoms of sexually transmitted diseases. Whereas behavioral signs would be that the child is quiet, more distant, cries for no obvious reason, becomes aggressive and angry for no obvious reason, starts having nightmares, has trouble developing or maintaining relationships, and has low self-esteem. So in India, after the WHO convention happened in 1999, a law that came to protect children was in 2012 with the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. I'm sure all of us are aware of it. So some important sections are the ones that I have only mentioned here. Sections 3 and 4 define penetrative sexual assault and its punishment. 5 and 6 define aggravated penetrative sexual assault and its punishment. Aggravated being that the child is being manipulated by a person who is in a position of power or authority, or someone who's supposed to be a trusted caregiver. 7 and 8 are sexual assault and its punishment. 9 and 10 are aggravated sexual assault and its punishment. 11 and 12, sexual harassment and punishment. 13 and 14, using a child for pornographic purposes and its punishment. And 27 covers the medical examination of a child. So the POCSO Act of 2012 requires that all registered medical practitioners, they must render emergency medical care to the child, irrespective of the circumstance, and including access to abortion. So this is also covered in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Guidelines, the guidelines and protocols for the medical legal care of survivors or victims of sexual violence. So there are multiple features of sexual violence and the effect that it has on a child. Of all the ones that are mentioned here, I would like to focus on the sexual, which is unwanted pregnancy, STDs, HIV/AIDS, and morbidity due to adverse reproductive health outcomes. So the act that comes to our rescue in such a situation, especially when there is a pregnancy as a result of rape in a child, is the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act of 1971. So what this act does is provides for termination of pregnancies by registered medical practitioners. The act that was originally drafted in 1971 said that pregnancy can be terminated by a registered medical practitioner, either within 12 weeks with the opinion of a single practitioner, 20 weeks within the opinion of two practitioners. And there were only 4 grounds mentioned. 1, there was physical or mental abnormality in the fetus. 2, pregnancy was resulting from rape, which causes mental anguish to the woman. There's failure of contraception, or there's risk of injury to the health of the mother. So I'd like to present a case to you that occurred in Victoria Hospital, which is one of the largest government hospitals in Bangalore. So a 17-year-old female child came to us, 21 weeks of gestation, and she was pregnant because of rape resulting from a homeowner while the parents were at work. Also, ultrasound scan was performed and it showed that there was anencephaly in the fetus. At this point, they wanted termination. But there were two issues. One was the gestational age, and second, because she was a minor and there was issues with consent, we couldn't really perform the termination of pregnancy. So this case was brought to the Honorable High Court of Karnataka first, and then an appeal was presented to the Supreme Court of India. And finally, Supreme Court of India gave direction to terminate the pregnancy. Her pregnancy was terminated at 27 weeks of gestation. The reason why I wanted to highlight this case is this girl came to us when she was 21 weeks pregnant, and her termination occurred at 27 weeks of pregnancy. So between 21 to 27 weeks, that little girl has gone through so much trouble, so much anguish. So what happened with the law that can help us? So in the year 2021, that is last year, there were a few amendments that came to the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act. So the act made four very important changes to this act. Firstly, it extended the permissible cap for abortions from 20 to 24 weeks. That is, 2 medical practitioners have to certify that the woman is fit for abortion. Secondly, the time limit concerning this gestational age, this was relaxed, especially in cases where fetal anomalies were noted. Thirdly, privacy of women. It gave a lot of importance to the privacy of women. We'll see the exact amendment that it has made in the further slides. And fourth, it recognized the term woman and her partner. In the 1971 Act, it was just woman and her husband. Now it also recognizes boyfriend, live-in partner. It recognizes woman and her partner. So this slide, it makes a comparison between the 1971 and the 2021 amendments. Applicable to both unmarried and married women in 2021. Gestational age limit has gone to 24 weeks. Beyond 24 weeks can also be terminated, only that you need a medical board. And opinion of the RMPs, 1 up to 12 weeks, 2 up to 24 weeks, and after 24 weeks, medical board approval. And for a breach of women's confidentiality, in the 1971 Act, the only fine was up to ₹1,000. Now it's also a fine as well as an imprisonment of up to 1 year for the doctor. Right? So all of this is measures that can be taken after the act has occurred. So what can be done to prevent this act? That's most important. So in 2015 in the USA, there was a national coalition to prevent child sexual abuse and exploitation. So they suggested 6 measures that must be incorporated to prevent the occurrence of child sexual abuse. Firstly, they want us to support healthy development of children. That was the first thing. Secondly, end the demand for children as sexual commodities. So that includes using of children in all these reality shows, sexualizing our kids. All of that needs to be stopped. Third, you prevent the initial perpetration of child sexual abuse and exploitation. One of the means that this can be done is by having a detailed sex offender registry. You can prevent sex offenders from getting employment in schools, in school buses, and such places where they come in contact with young kids. Then they said you should promote healthy relationships and sexuality education for children and the youth. Sex education is very, very important for children. That was also stressed here. And provision of sufficient funds to prevent such activities being occurred. And lastly, to strengthen sexual abuse and exploitation prevention capacity in primary centers. So it so happens that most of the children do not come to big hospitals. Their first exposure is primary centers. So it's there that they need to get the information what child abuse is, what child sexual abuse is, and what they can do if they come across such an incident. Lastly, a few recommendations. So in USA, April is celebrated as National Child Abuse Prevention Month. So maybe India can also do something on this line so that people become more aware of child abuse and child sexual abuse. So you can advocate for funding to prevent all these and start more activities to create awareness. Secondly, this is a very important point. Culturally appropriate reporting mechanisms are very important. So if the reporting mechanism involves taboo in itself, then nobody will come forward to report it. So it's important to create mechanisms that are safe and secure for a child and its parents to come and approach law enforcement authorities. You also need to develop a broad national education program to prevent such activities from occurring and create a lot more awareness. We can improve our surveillance system and data collection. That is again by creating a sex offender registry. That becomes very important, which is not being happening in the Indian scenario. So that needs to be taken into priority. You can create evidence-based strategies for prevention of child sexual abuse and increase our understanding of the risk factors and the protective factors for child sexual abuse. These were my references. And with this, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to give you this talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vidhu sir. Any question?
First of all, Dr. Vidusha, I have one quick question about your recommendation. However, your presentation was very good, and the other people will also comment about it. The question is that while you recommended that there should be a national registry for the sex offenders. So are you aware that the respective police stations in each city have been making it compulsory for the employers to do a background check of the prospective employees?
Right.
So this police check will also include this kind of a database. So in spite of this present system, do you recommend anything else is what my question.
So, sir, what I see is on paper, yes, that there is a requirement for security check and all of that. But practically, I don't really think it is being implemented at a grassroots level. It might be happening in metropolitan cities, but not in a grassroots level. So I think maybe if we have a nationalized database, a sex offenders registry, maybe we can, reach deeper. That's what I think. Sir, ma'am has a question.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. Your presentation was very nice. My question was regarding that since the MTP Act has become so liberal, but yet the things on the ground root level are very, very different. And when we consider some some ethical problems, like, for example, the women involved in in prostitution, if they get pregnant and they get to the gynecologist for abortions, they are not given the right treatment, and they don't even tell the source how it happened and everything. So if minor girls are involved in prostitutions and they go for such cases, they don't prefer going to the doctors, rather they prefer to the woman, like die and all. And their sexual health, their own life is at risk. Do you think there can be some changes in the system to prevent and make a betterment in this aspect?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. It's a really good question. So that question does not have what do I say, a single faceted answer. So it's a very complex question that you have asked. Firstly, children in prostitution, that's where it begins. So maybe the MTP Act needs to probably evolve a little bit more to probably make it as easy as I get what you're saying. You're saying that when they practically go to a doctor, they find it really difficult. So the act really is really good. So it has the provisions in place, but maybe to solve this problem that you have mentioned, maybe it should be the implementation should change, not much to do with the act. So the legality is good. The legal framework is good. It's just that the implementation needs to change. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, I cannot hear you. Medical board, yes.
Mentions that every state government or union territory, as the case may be, shall by notification in the official gazette constitute the board.
Right.
So is it in any state that this has been made via official gazette? Because we had come across one such case wherein in Rajasthan there is no such official gazetted board. So we had asked many people, I think Tanu sir.
Yeah, Dr. Vidusha, very good presentation as always. So my question was the same, because we had a case where we know that a board has to be made as per the act. So it was for all the audience, because this is the act has just come in for, and case by case it will further develop, evolve. So do you have any idea as to how many people will be in the board and who will constitute that board? So act mentions that there will be a board which will approve MTP beyond 24 weeks. But how many people are going to be there and who makes that board is something, if you have any information, or if anybody has any information, we'll share that.
Dr. Pradesh.
Do you have any idea?
So what's been happening is these boards have been happening at institutional levels. So there has not been a
So-
gazetted board that has been
Yeah,
actually
so
framed.
that is what. So I was asking Dr. Monti also. So he has already, yeah.
Yes,
Pramesha.
sir. Actually, that MTP rules also amended. In that, it is written how the board should be constituted. One gynecologist, one that it is there.
That
And
is
state
there, that
members,
is
they have
there.
not
Yeah,
mentioned.
that, but who will
Nominated
make,
members.
who will make it?
State government.
Who,
But
who,
like
who in the state?
Bhubaneswar, it is made. Sir,
Yeah, that is what Bhubaneswar is made, so we know.
Yes.
But that is mentioned.
If there is one board all over the state, where they will go?
No, there is no, that is what, now luckily we have Dr. Mohanty with us, who has already has a solution of it. They've done it from AIMS to state government, because in AIMS we face a typical difficulty. State government is easy to approach the state, university and get a solution to it. When we go for a constitution of board to state authorities, like CMHO will approach, he will say you are autonomous and you do it autonomously, everything. So you do it on your own, boards are made by your MS and you make it. And in AIMS, unfortunately, fortunately, what happens is if you tell MS also, he will make a board also. And because he has made a board, we will do and we'll do it also. So, but anything which is not done correctly is not correct. So law will not take a course of it. Luckily, Dr. Mohanty has a solution for it. He has got it done from Orissa state. So yeah, so he can put a solution to all and we will know how exactly this to be done.
Actually, it was not a gazette notification come. It was a circular came from the government of Odisha. The following members are the board. So that total 5, I remember whatever. Around 5 members are there. And it was also, we also got a copy. And we refer a particular case, we wrote a letter to the government of Odisha. First, when we wrote a letter, they told similar to answer that you form a board yourself. Then we send a copy of that amendment. I don't know, they pretend or they behave like that. We have not got this copy. Then we send that copy. Then immediately within 7 days, we got as a notification. I can share that the group if you want.
So I have a question there. Did they also recommend the members or did they leave it to you to choose these members?
No, it is government who decide who are the members, not
So
we.
they recommended the members also.
I also want to know one doubt regarding that congenital abnormalities after 24 weeks, or it is for referring a board for a congenital abnormality. Any length of pregnancy can be referred. I don't know the answer. I am asking the audience. Suppose a congenital abnormality comes, whether we will wait for after 24 weeks we will refer the board, or before 24 weeks also we refer the board, because it was not mentioned in the act.
Yeah, routine thing.
Two RMPs.
It is anomaly or no anomaly, it is going by the same thing.
For anomaly, it was written. For anomaly, they have to approach the board.
So that is
But
only a special condition, sir.
no, it was not mentioned in the act.
Sir is saying it is understood by default that, but it is not mentioned. Because once they are mentioning in the act, the anomaly thing, they are mentioning about.
Same question was asked to me by the gynec HOD for same reason. So before that, that's why I have asked.
What you are trying to say is assumption, because we assume that, okay, if it is.
Yes, yes. Even though they have not specifically mentioned that, after 24 weeks, you need to constitute a board, it means that before 24 weeks, 2 RMP's opinion will do.
That is assumption.
Yeah, we have to assume that it means that.
I think very good session, very good presentation, because if you have so many queries, so many discussion, then it means that the topic and the thing was well done. So thank you, Dr. Vidusha.
Thank you, sir.
Now I am requesting Dr. Tanuj Kanjan sir to introduce Dr. Binay Kumar sir, our next speaker.
So I have the proud privilege of introducing my good friend, Dr. Vinay Kumar. He is currently working as additional professor in the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, AIIMS Patna. And he is also a founder, head of department of the department at AIIMS Patna. He has done a national course on education science for teachers of health professionals and training on research methodology organized by AIIMS Patna. He has a total of 32 papers, publications. He is guiding in more than 6 research projects. He is also a life member of IAFM and Indian Medical Association. He has chaired as well as he has been a guest speaker in several academic events. He has performed more than 30 types of administrative, academic, extracurricular roles and have been a medical legal expert of Bihar Human Rights Commission. He is a member secretary standing medical board AIIMS Patna and a former faculty in charge of legal cell RIMS Ranchi. Today he is going to speak on the topic child sexual abuse, loss, ground reality of implementation, a case report. So please, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for my elaborate introduction. And as from yesterday, we are many our speakers are talking about the child sexual abuse, child abuse. So everything has been done already from yesterday to today. Today, I shall restrict myself to very a small topic. As we have discussed in this conference that child sexual abuse may be of many types. It may be the mental, it may be the physical, it may be the psychological, it may be the sexual. So in this regard, other parts are already dealt by different speaker. I shall confine myself only to the sexual abuse. So my presentation is only confined to the sexual abuse. And also I shall myself in this presentation, I shall confine the discussion on those laws only which is related to particular case. A lot of rules and regulations, acts and rules are there passed by our parliament of all over the world to address the child sexual abuse. So it is not possible to discuss, and our speakers have already discussed. So I shall confine my presentation to those laws only which is related to particular case which I am going to present. And definitely our legislators all over the world has shown very much concern regarding the child sexual abuse, no doubt. That's why they have passed very stern law and they try to pass various law to curb the incidences of child sexual abuse. But whatever the available law, that law is actually being implemented, or actually there is technical difficulty in implementation of the law or intentional difficulty in implementation of the law. That case report shall highlight this case. And regarding incidences, various NCRB data, World Health Organization data, our speakers are presented. I shall not go into detail. But one thing subjectively, I want to state that in one study, more than 50% of the child have faced, or more than 50% of the people have faced some form of sexual abuse in their childhood. That is during the period of 0 year to 18 year of age. So one very good example, way of presentation, I learned in one conference that 50% means the people sitting in this hall, every alternate person has faced some form of sexual abuse from 0 to 18 year of age. So this is the severity of the crimes. This is the incidence of the crime regarding the child sexual abuse. So I shall go through before going to that detail of the case, one thing I would like to highlight here, why government of India or world felt need of passing a special legislation to regarding the child sexual abuse. For sexual offense law where for the adults also 376 IPC, 375 IPC, 377 IPC was there. So basic difference between the POCSO Act and the laws which were applicable earlier is only two. One is in earlier laws, only like 376 IPC especially, only girls supposed to be the victim. Boys do not supposed to be the victim. It is supposed to be victim in 377 IPC. Whereas another difference is that offender in case of 375 IPC is only supposed to the male. Whereas in POCSO Act, female also supposed to be offender in child sexual abuse. So with this basic two difference, the POCSO Act came and further amended whenever it is needed. So that's only these confined laws I would like to discuss here. With simple introduction, all over, all a speaker has told that it is the major worry for the civil society all over the world. And one World Health Organization defines child sexual abuse, the involvement of child in sexual activity that he or she does not fully understand and is unable to give informed consent to, or which the child is not developmentally prepared, or else that violate the society's laws and taboos. So purpose is to bring the new law is that it differentiate from the adult, that the legally child is not able to give consent for the sexual intercourse. Emotionally also, practically also not able to give consent for the sexual intercourse. That's why separate law was needed. And this is the data our speakers have presented more elaborated data which I have written. And another important thing is that in almost all the research studies, it has been shown that number of girls to be abused is more than the number of boys to be abused. But some studies, it has shown and it has been postulated that actually male is more abused than the female. And but reason of being less reporting is that the male psyche never wants to be shown as victim. Even I am abused, I shall not female, if victim, female shall accept that I am the victim. But in case of male, male shall not accept. It is the genetic psychology of the male that male do not want to accept that I am the victim. So male reporting is less. So whatever the fact, because every speaker told that it is the whatever the information available with us is the tip of iceberg, and regardingly ratio may change if actual investigation can be done. Now regarding preparators of the crime, the data is male is about 85% offender, mostly between 30 to 40 years of age, and mostly in the position of trust, like family member, friends, employers, and well-known people, and mostly places like home, schools, and recreation center, etc. It has already been elaborated. What is the impact of child sexual abuse? Long-term damage of physical health, mental health, social outcome, economical outcome of the individual also, and of the country also. That is negative impact on the country, social and economic growth. And abused children are more prone to become abuser as an adults. Likewise in battered baby syndrome also, the parents who used to be battered in their childhood, later on when he becomes adult, he used to more prone to be battering parent. Now my presentation is confined to these laws. Various laws are there over the world. So world, and these are the recent law. The World United Nations General Assembly passed a convention on convention of child right, and based on this umbrella, the countries all over the world has passed individual laws in their own countries. So my presentation is based on these laws, that is Protection of Children from Sexual Violence Act 2012, their amendment in 2019, Protection of Children from Sexual Violence Rule 2020, then Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013, and Criminal Law Amendment Act 2018. So based on these basic laws, I prepared this case report. Now, what was the case history which I am going to present? And I am confined to the interpretation of law only based on this case history. So on 7 October 2021, a 13-year-old girl was brought to AIMS Patna emergency by her parents, complaining headache, lower abdomen pain, and missed period. The gynecologist in charge of emergency room performed a pregnancy test which came out positive. Following physical examination and first level ultrasound examination, the gestation period was determined to be 17 plus minus 3 weeks. After that, gynecologist phoned a forensic medicine specialist on duty, and a team of forensic medicine experts came to examine the patient, but the parent refused to consent to the forensic examination. Initially, later on, we pursued. However, on the second day following suitable counseling, the parents agreed to a forensic examination, and the police were notified right away. We also faced very difficulty in calling the police repeatedly. What are the, it may be the special situation of Bihar. In other state, police may be prompt, but what we are facing in the Bihar. Now, after a lot of work, forensic experts and gynecologists, the following facts were recovered. The girl was from a small village in Bihar. She came from a poor family. She has 4 younger sisters and 1 brother. Her parents sent her to her father's sister home when she was 2 years old due to poverty, as her father's sister could not conceive even after 10 years of marriage. In Bihar, father's sister is referred to as Phua or Bua, and while her husband is referred to as Phupa. So this terminology, because later on this terminology is available. Now her Phupa had regular penovaginal sexual intercourse with the girl for the past 2 years, and the girl was oblivious to the nature of consequences of the act. In telephonic conversation with her mother, she frequently complains of headache and tummy problem, and her mother advises her Bua for her care. But her mother brought her AIMS Patna when her condition did not improve after the treatment by local quack. Her Bua used to take help of the local quacks, but when condition did not improve, then ultimately her mother brought the patient to the AIMS Patna, and ultimately in Patna we have examined. So after verifying the diagnosis at the request of her parents, a gynecologist from AIMS Patna began the medical termination of pregnancy by mifepristone and misoprostol regime. So main purpose now of the parents become the termination of pregnancy. Okay, it was 17 years, so there was no problem in terminating the pregnancy. Meanwhile, police came only after the repeated request, but her parent did not to make any statement or file any complaint with the police, or police also do not file suo motu FIR, claiming that they could not do so without a complaint from the parent or child. So this is also point of discussion, that whether actually in this particular case, any complaint from the child or parent side is actually required or not. Because What is the difference between the civil case and criminal case? In civil case, two party contest the case. Whereas in criminal case, one party is the state government and another party is the accused. So complainant only plays a role of informant. Here doctor itself was an informant. So whether it was any a statement was required, if a statement is given, then it is well okay. Otherwise, whether it was required or not. When the fetus was about to be expelled, the girl locked herself in the bathroom and flushed it down in the toilet. So due to under the pressure of parents, they try to destroy the evidence by flushing the fetus in the toilet. However, a collaborative team of gynecologists and forensic experts saved some written product of conception, but despite repeated requests, police did not take the sample to the forensic science laboratory. So somehow we preserve, and material is still preserved in our department, and police not taking out them. In this regard, higher authorities of police and administration were also informed, but all efforts turned futile. We wrote a letter to district magistrate. We wrote a letter to superintendent of police that such material is available with us. Please collect it and please send it to the forensic science laboratory. So it was not done. Now, based on this case, I want to just, so everybody know this law, but just I want to revise the law related to the case. What are the law has to be invoked? So first of all, section 3 of the POCSO Act 2012, it defines penetrative sexual assault. Everybody knows this law that introduces his penis into the vagina, mouth, urethra or anus of a child. Secondly, any object into the vagina, urethra, anus of the child. Any part of the body of child into vagina, urethra or anus, or applies mouth to the penis, vagina, anus or urethra. So by this definitely, because it was a case of penovaginal intercourse, so definitely it was a case of penetrative sexual assault. So under section 3. Now furthermore, if we see the definition of aggravated penetrative sexual assault, long list of item is there which defines aggravated penetrative sexual assault, but I have included in my slide only those sections which is relevant to this case. So first section, that is section 5J, whoever commits the penetrative sexual assault on child in the case of female child makes the child pregnant as a consequences of sexual assault. So in this case, child was pregnant. Section 5L, whoever commits penetrative sexual assault on child more than once or repeatedly. So in this case, the person was having sexual intercourse with last 2 years. Section 5N, whoever being the relative of the child and living in the same or share household, that also attracts here. The person was relative of the child in the position of trust, responsibility of having care, and committed sexual assault in the same house, and section 5 again, position of the trust. So due to all these sections, we can classify this case as an aggravated penetrative sexual assault. Now, section 375, clause 6ly, all of you know that it states that any child, any girl below 18 years of age, even after her consent is considered as rape. So even after it was with the consent or not consent, whatever thing, it was a rape. So 3 things, by this law, we can establish that it was a case of rape, it was a case of penetrative sexual assault, and it was a case of aggravated penetrative sexual assault. Now, section 6 of the POCSO Amendment Act 2019 states the punishment. Punishment for that is rigorous imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 20 years, and it may extend to imprisonment for life. So it can be said that it is a very serious type of crime, imprisonment of life imprisonment. And same 376(3) of the Criminal Amendment Act 2018. And in section 19, it is clearly written that whenever anybody, whether doctor or even a common man, if any information comes, he knows related to any such crime, he has to inform the local juvenile police or local police station. The doctor did his part, that he informed the local police by writing, by telephone, repeatedly. And after that, what is the role of police in this case? So section 19(6) of the POCSO Act mandates the special juvenile police unit or local police unit to report the matter to the Child Welfare Committee and the special court or court of session within 24 hours. So police did not do his part in this case. Section 21 of the POCSO Act defines the punishment for failure to report also. That police officer may be punished for 6-month imprisonment or with fine. But in our state, there is no fear of punishment in police officials, in our police officials. Section 27 of the POCSO Act states that medical examination of child should be done within 24 hours under section 164A of the CRPC. We follow the law. However, we took the consent, and under section 164A CRPC, we conducted the medical examination of the whether it is. And section 3 of the POCSO rule, registration of FIR under section 154 CRPC and medical examination, and immediate sending of collected sample to the forensic science laboratory by the SGPO or local police has to be done. So clear-cut guideline has been given. And as per rule 4 of the POCSO rules 20, it is said that if the offense has been committed by a person who is living in the same home, in the shared household, in such situation, the local police should inform or should produce the child before the Child Welfare Committee within 24 hours. So in spite of attracting all these sections, we are helpless that due to insensitivity of the police officers, that what it has to be done. Now discussion part, we have already done that. Due to these laws, because girl was 13 years old, unable to agree for the sexual intercourse, so it comes under the statutory rape. Girl was pregnant, so aggravated penetrative sexual assault, because offense was repeated, because the offender was relative of the child. So due to all these laws, it clearly classified as very heinous crime, that is the aggravated penetrative sexual assault. But the offender is walking scot-free due to these 3 reasons in this case. So rather from encouraging the child to complain, the parent went to great length to bury the incidents. And despite the parent refusal to register the case, police were required to do so based on the information from the doctor, but they did not do so, nor did they produce the child before the Child Welfare Committee or the court, which is a violation of section 19(6) of the POCSO Act, or rule 3A or rule 4 of the POCSO rule, which is an act punishable under section 27 of the POCSO Act. Despite the fact that a medical examination was undertaken under section 164A of the CRPC, police did not send the collected sample to the forensic science laboratory, which is the violation of the POCSO rule 3D of the Act. So that's why this demonstrates how our culture, parents were also responsible. Law enforcement authorities are insensitive to even more severe crime, encouraging the perpetrator and exposing our children to harm. Now, conclusion, although the government around the world, including India, have shown a real desire to reduce the child sexual abuse by enacting severe legislation, we are still far from putting this law into the practice due to insensitivity of the families, society, and law enforcement agencies. It could be ascribed to low socioeconomic status, a lack of education, a lack of training for law enforcement implies, and one of the explanation could be the lack of fear of penalty among the people who are in charge of enforcing the law. As a result, at the war footing level, improvement in socioeconomic conditions, societal education, and legal awareness is required. And besides this, good training and sensitization of law enforcement officials, as well as imposition of severe penalties for those who violates the law is also required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vinay. So we are short of time. We'll attend to a couple of questions if there are any. So please, if from the audience, anybody has any questions? Sir, in the panel, any questions? Dr. Patwari.
As I said yesterday, we had the similar situation in the Department of Psychiatry. One girl, she was actually the father was brought, and during the taking history, it was found that he used to abuse his daughter. But the problem was that we informed the police. Everything was done, but the police could not get any statement from the girl or their parents. They are reluctant. They refuse that whole thing. So here also, I don't know whether the police came to take the statement or not. If the parents or the girl refuses, then police also becomes helpless. They also cannot register a case only on the basis of this one. The information from the doctors.
Again, sir, our key concern in this presentation is that even I am asking question with this August gathering, whether as the claim of police was that because nobody is giving a statement, so I shall not register FIR. Whether in this case, actually a statement of girl was necessary, a statement of parent of girl was necessary to register FIR. When a fetus is giving a statement, doctor is giving a statement, fetus is having itself a statement that what had been done. So whether for the registration of FIR, the argument of the police was that unless and otherwise any person shall give a statement, I shall not register FIR. Whether that claim is true or not.
First of all, I must thanks Dr. Vinay for presenting in a very nice way how the children are being sexually abused and normally abused in our custom. Secondly, under the POCSO Act also you have given. But I will like to say one more thing. As you have said that most of the children, when are abused or sexually abused, they are not reporting. They cannot report. They don't know what to do. There are sometimes customs are there. And children being very small, innocent and everything, they think that is a custom. Whenever they are being touched or being sexually abused by the other persons. And they are not at all reported to the hospitals and the colleges, wherever we are sitting and examining. I think in the Bihar, in your Patna Medical College and Institute, yes, you must have seen plenty of cases and coming because that is the place it is said to be, sir, where more of the sexual and other patient children abuse. Thanks to you.
Actually, regarding Bihar, one thing I would like to inform you that these type of cases,
yeah,
in AIMS Patna, there are 4 medical college and other institutions,
yeah,
in Bihar also. Such type of cases in AIMS Patna comes only accidentally, because they know that when we shall go to AIMS Patna, they shall act as per the requirement of the law. So if he may be knowing that my girl is pregnant, they would never have come to AIMS Patna.
So thank you very much, Dr. Vinay. I think.
इंट्रोडक्शन लंबा हो गया था. So thank you, Dr. Vinay, for highlighting this very area of importance. But I have an important question here, because you highlighted in conclusion that there is a lack of fear of penalty. So you want to introduce this kind of fear. So doctors are afraid of that, police officers are afraid of that, so that they will follow. So what kind of action you want or you recommend from the government to introduce this kind of fear among the enforcer of this act?
In the government, actually, in my opinion, according to my experience, because up to SP level, board has gone insensitive. So at higher police official, so a multidisciplinary, a committee should be formed in which multidisciplinary committee should be there. There should be judicial people, there should be forensic people, there should be higher police officials, and there should be higher bureaucratic officials. When such type of committee shall form, at least anyone can be very sensitive and he shall take cognizance of that. Presently, all power has been vested with the police.
Sir, I have only one technical question. How do you determine the age of the patient?
Sir?
How did you determine the age of the patient or the case you are referring?
Answer, because you also want to ask them. You are asking them? We had a similar kind of case
wherein MTP was done and the issue was police were not taking product of conception and similar kind of thing. When it is already pregnancy, she is underage, so there is nothing to prove. It is actually a rape. So even I am also questioning. I am on the similar page with what you are saying. The police should take up such thing forward.
Sir, my answer to that, sir, actually we determine the age of patient by protocol. First of all, his statement.
I'll just intervene in between because we can discuss all these things in tea break also. My senior and
Okay.
red person is saying that. And age estimation usually is not a question in such cases. We have to presume. Yeah, that is what. So
yes.
Sir,
So
we do it on the basis of a dental charting and X-rays and all the age and all. Dr. Vinay, it is your responsibility to make sure that at tea we have a good discussion on age estimation. In we will manage on our own. Let us go forward and invite the next speaker.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Vinay.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Pragnesh Parmar, sir. I would request Dr. Amit Nagar, sir, to say a few words about him.
Now the next speaker is Dr. Pragnesh Parmar. Dr. Parmar is currently working as additional professor and HOD, Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at AIIMS, Hyderabad. He has completed his FEMR, that is Foundation for Advancement of International Medicine and Education Research, and advanced course in medical education and postgraduate diploma in health and law. He is a life member of various societies, including Indo-Pacific Academy of Forensic Odontology and Indian Society of Toxicology. He has a total of 86 publications to his credit. And today he's going to speak on the topic that is integrated forensic approach to solve crime, challenges and the way forward. Dr. Parmar.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir, for nice introduction. Good afternoon, respected chairpersons, respected senior professors, colleagues, and all the audience. Thank you. First of all, I am thankful to all the organizers of this conference for giving this opportunity to share this topic. That is the integrated forensic approach to solve the crime. What are the challenges in Indian scenario and how we can have a way forward? Now, if we can say any crime, whenever it occurs, it always have an integrated approach. Then and then we can reach up to the proper conclusion in a scientific manner. So I will deal upon what are the current practices, what are the current lacuna in our Indian system, and how we can have moving forward to make it strong. As I am belonging from the AIIMS Bibinagar, so just I will give you a brief look. Bibinagar is situated in the Telangana state. It is just 65 kilometers from the Hyderabad airport. So I can give my greetings from the city of Nizam to the city of Nawab. Now, as we know, whenever any crime occur, first person who is the investigating officer, we can say that is the police. So everything is under the control of police. Police can generate the evidence, same way police can destroy the evidence also. As in previous talk, we already discussed, police is not willing to take the samples and everything. He is the investigating officer, and that is the lacuna, lack of integration, lack of channel between doctor or hospital setup and the police setup, because all are working in different categories. Doctors and hospitals are under Ministry of Health and police are coming under Ministry of Home. So all this thing is there. Then police is approaching in medical legal autopsy to forensic medicine department. Now, usually forensic medicine department will perform the medical legal autopsy. But suppose they want expertise in the histopathology, then usually they will send viscera to the pathology department in the same college. If microbiology expertise, they are sending swab or culture to the microbiology department. If some investigation sent to biochemistry, so that can be integrated because it is in the same building most of the time, in the same setup in medical college level. But again, this practice vary when the autopsy is done at the root level, like medical officers. They don't have any setup of pathology, neither any setup of microbiology. So again, they are dependent on police. Whatever they will preserve, they will wait for police to take it and deliver to proper setup for the report. So again, there the investigation or the chain will break. The opinion will not go up to the root level. Suppose we want any toxicological investigation, then again we preserve the viscera and depend upon the police. That police will collect that viscera, deliver to the forensic science laboratory. And when he will bring the report back, then and then we can have our final opinion. So again, we are dependent. We have done our job, but we are dependent on investigating officer or police officer. Either he will go further, not further. So all these are the crux. Same way forensic odontology. Suppose during medical legal autopsy, we find any bite mark. Then we can have some measurements and everything we can do at our level. But we are not that much expertise as the forensic odontologists. Like bite mark analysis, making of the cast, comparison, everything we are, most of the setups are not doing at forensic medicine level. Now again, here there is a hierarchy. Many of the time in medical college, dentistry department is there. But we are not referring cases to them, or if we refer also, the dental surgeons are not willing to take such cases because they are usually trained to deal the living patients, the dental surgery and everything. They are not interested in legal work at all. So that is also lacuna. One dental surgeon is there in the premises, but he is not willing to do the legal work. So again, there is a lack. Suppose some institute is there nearby, forensic odontology, but no integration that we will take their help, or either they are also not approaching that kindly send the samples. So again, there is experts are there, but they are in different corners and they are not integrated. Same way, if we talk about forensic entomology, we don't know where it works. It is very rare. Such expertise is rare. Forensic anthropology, when Dr. Raghavendra took the lecture on forensic anthropology and everything. So we know that we know up to certain extent, but we don't have certain instruments. Like in this Ejnala cases, we have seen certain tests and everything that forensic medicine department is not doing because we don't have such high-end equipments and everything. So where to search that, where we can send. So that also most of the time we don't aware. And forensic serology. So all these disciplines are evolving in sooner or later stage and already evolved in certain university and certain state, but not yet working in hands-to-hand manner, neither in any collaboration. For many of the time, person sitting in a medical college is not aware what are the equipment present in the FSL. Neither there is visit to the FSL, neither there is any collaboration or meetings, nothing is going on. So all are working in their own zone. Now, why it is required such integration? Because one person cannot be expert in all the field. We can't expect that forensic medicine person is expert in forensic radiology, forensic histopathology, forensic serology also, toxicology also. He will handle everything first to last. All the expertise test he will do on his own. It is difficult because now all the branches have evolved. If we can see our own branches, pathology also evolved. Transfusion medicine becomes separated. After that also they are expertising in neuropathology, nephropathology, oncohematology. Like this, they are evolving and have specific direction. Now many of the AIMS are evolving and going expertise like forensic histopathology. AIMS Delhi already evolved and started forensic radiology setup. So like this, certain institute can focus on certain expertise, but all the level it is not possible. To strengthen the existing forensic services, if we have big collaboration, then we can expertise our services. We can give more detailed opinion. Otherwise, it is not possible. To give expertise opinion also, we require research and everything. Suppose most of the time we are taking the data which is written in the textbook or published in the journal, which is not related to our geography also, because in our locality, there is no research has been done or no data available. So we just presume and take that. Why such research is not going on? Because there is a lack of such type of practice. Even to maintain the chain of custody. Like whenever we are giving something to the police, then when the police will deliver, we don't know. Then everything depends upon him. Quick, precise, and integrated opinion. If we all sit together for some important case, high profile case, then definitely the opinion will be much more deeper, much more good. And as well as to create the job opportunity also for the forensic medicine discipline. Because all this I will discuss in further slide. What are the challenges right now in the current scenario that many experts are available, but they are not getting job also. So again, there is a big challenge, how we can attract the people to our community. Now, as we see, the current practice is compartmental approach. I am good in my own zone, in my office, I will do my work. There is some ego problem, there is some other problem, collaborative and everything, person will not approach to other department. Even if you can see in the college also, the medicine will not integrate with orthopedic, or orthopedic will not integrate with microbiology. Such type of things are there. Person are happy in their own zone. The communication is lacking. Interdepartmental meetings, projects are lacking. Now, many of the time we have seen many universities have started certain courses. I will not name any university, but they are providing degree in forensic odontology, many more things. But where is the job? Job opportunity is lacking. Like many dental background people are there, they are doing BDS, then they are doing their forensic odontology. But after completing forensic odontology degree, there is no placement. So again, they are doing their dental practice. So whatever expertise they got in 2 years or 3 years course of forensic odontology is literally become wasted. So there is a degree without job opportunities there. Now many courses are run without practical exposure. Like many universities are focusing only on teaching learning practices, but they have no collaboration with real life cases. Cases are not referred to them. So the degree has been allotted, but the candidate who is passing out has no confidence to deal the medical legal cases. He has not attended any court case. So that is also a big challenge. So that's why also he hesitates to practice the medical legal case in the field. Now, whenever we see any medical legal case, first contact person is in medical legal case hospital. Either it is forensic medicine department if there is a medical legal autopsy, or it is a clinical forensic medicine unit if it is there. Otherwise, there is a in child sexual abuse, it is pediatrics or gynecologist. In rape victim, it is gynecologist. So like this, the first contact person is always medical person who is sitting in the hospital. Either it is tertiary care or primary care. If there is an integration, then he can have a call upon the odontologist, or he can take services of that. For that, both have to meet. Both have to meet. Dentist person also has to show the interest that I am willing to do. And same way, forensic person also willing to transfer such cases to them to take their expertise. Now, both the way it is lacking. This side also case is not transfer. And if it is transfer, the opposite person is not willing to take. And same way, opposite person is not showing the interest that I am ready to take. So all these are the challenges. Because of that, the forensic is not evolving in the way it should be in the India. Now, most of the thing in medical legal autopsy, we are restricted to postmortem, preserving some viscera, giving to police, and police will give the report and we will give the final opinion. Clear. So that is the routine practice we are following in current practice. Now, current lacuna, if we can say, poor infrastructure. As we know, medical legal autopsy are conducted by medical officers also who are sitting in primary health center. There is no autopsy room, nothing is there most of the time. Or very poor infrastructure, no equipments, nothing is there. Even he has to do the autopsy. Same way he has to see the cases. Some child abuse case will come. He has to see the cases. He is not expert in that way. So he will miss so many findings. So all these are the big challenges. Lack of high-end equipment, that is also not available in many of the medical colleges. Only few institute of national importance, they have evolved and they have some good equipments. Otherwise, it is not possible that all the district to all the state, it is possible. Lack of supportive or scientist staff, because most of the colleges are following the NMC norms. So they are restricted to that staff pattern. They will not appoint any person outside that staff pattern. Neither it is forensic odontologist, neither there is forensic anthropologist, because they will follow the particular staff pattern. There is no provision to create any scientist post usually in that type of setup, which can be possible in certain institute of national importance, but not in most of the colleges. No standardized SOPs. Again, all the state-wise practice are differs. Even in the same state, there is no standard SOP. Institute to institute practice will vary. Even in the same institute, person to person practice will vary. So all these are the challenges. State-wise variation, individual variation. And second thing, there is a very less scope of private practice in forensic, because most of the time this concept is not yet present in Indian scenario. all the cases going to the government setup and government resources we have to use and we have to give the opinion. So that is also one thing. And lack of expertise in certain fields also, which is present in the Western world. Here still we don't have such type of expert. Like just now Dr. Utsav elaborated on the 3D printing, but it is still in the, we can say, infant stage. No equipment available in any colleges right now. That person can do something. Now points to be considered. If we want to evolve everyone as a forensic part, then we must provide excellence in our own specialty. Suppose I am in the field of forensic medicine, first I have to be penetrate more and more in my subject, as well as I have to give respect to other specialty. Either it is forensic odontology or forensic anthropology. There is nothing like someone is superior or someone is inferior. If they all will work hands on hand, then the entire forensic can go ahead. Otherwise, if one person is feel that I am the superior, I am the commander of all, then again it is a ego problem. Now integrated teaching and learning. Like this is a conference where forensic medicine people are also there, forensic odontology people are there. Initially in the workshop, SDRF people are there. So such integrated approach, not only in conference, routine teaching learning method is also necessary. Then person can have 360-degree view. Collaboration of various forensic institute. As I told you, all the district have now medical college, all the medical college have forensic medicine department, but no collaboration with state forensic science laboratory. No faculty knows which equipments available in state forensic science laboratory, what method or SOP they are doing, which type of sample they prefer for certain test. Neither they are approaching. So that is the gap, current gap between the practices. Multidisciplinary approach. Our approach is multidisciplinary, police, doctors, FSL people, law experts, but there is no such circle or close grouping in which the case can be discussed in all the dimensions. So that is also lacking. Even there is in one campus, there is no coordination between either medical, dental or science people. So that is the current points that we have to consider. Now challenges on the way, we can say, as we are appointed by the Ministry of Health, but we are doing work for Ministry of Home. So first and foremost, there is a collaboration between two ministries. Because we are appointed by health department, we are sitting in a health setup, but doing the work of home, and home is not funding. Now maintenance of autopsy, providing equipment is a health has to give the budget. Now the question is why health department will give the budget when there is no any benefit to living person. That's why health is not giving budget. Neither home is giving budget. Okay, from mortuary you are doing our work. So let's have some budget for mortuary, or let's have some budget for high-end equipments, so that your report will be very powerful. Or you have additional manpower, forensic odontology or anthropology. They are also not willing. There is no collaboration between home and health, ministry itself. Allocation of infrastructure, as I told, it is also very. Strengthening of manpower, various, like certain institutes are providing training, funding and everything, but state government is not providing. So that is also big lacking. Funding for research, promoting of research, that is also lacking in current scenario. There is no module of integration, no such course has been designed where the person has real hands-on training. As I told, certain universities, certain institute are doing certain courses in MSc and everything, but where is the hands-on experience? That's why they are not confident enough to deal with the cases. There is no such system yet developed in the India where the person can have all the benefit. Now, what can we expect the future scope? As we know now, medical colleges are increasing. Now every district have one medical college, we can say that. Or in future 5 or 10 years, definitely it will be. Every district have one medical college. Every medical college, forensic medicine department is already existing. If suppose that department or that setup is become center of excellence in integrated forensic, where you find forensic medicine people, who is the first contact person by police to deal with the cases, and the forensic medicine department have various subspecialty like forensic odontology, or radiology, or histopathology, toxicology, then everything can be done in the same campus. But it definitely require fund from home department, because health will not support. Health will follow the NMC norm. Other than NMC, they will not provide. Government-private relationship. There are certain private labs also. If possible, they can also excel in that. The services can be taken from them. Now, who can take a lead? What we are discussing is a one big dream, which can be possible.
various WHO provides fund for the community medicine people, or various agencies provide community medicine people. Likewise, the home department should provide at least plan budget. There are two types. If many people have who is not aware with the government functioning, actually two types of budgets in the government. One is plan budget and one is non-plan budget. Non-plan budget is given for the salaries and etc. and plan budget for the purchase and equipments. So non-plan budget definitely shall come from the health ministry, but plan budget under the heading of plan budget, the home ministry should support us. Thank you very much.
Because right now, if we see the state FSL is also overburdened, we are overburdened. So if that responsibility is delegated with budget and equipment to departments, then it will be a good.
Dr. Pranesh and all, I just in very brief, I'll like to share my views. And as you have mentioned, like integration of forensic specialties, and as mentioned by Dr. Binay also, it is a feeling, and I think over the years, over the duration of, and my view on this is like as of now, the competency-based medical education is in process, and in most of the medical colleges it is there. And there is a one scope of electives is there after phase 3 part 1. So at my institute, what we are doing, like in Indore, we have started collaborating or having MOUs with the different institutions of like forensic science, right? So that my student, at least I should try to give a little bit extension to my students and exposure in different fields so that it can be done. And I think we should all should do something like that and share our experiences so that I think we can progress in that way, because if at the learning level only, they know that things can be integrated. Once they'll be working as a professional, they'll better do it. Thank you.
So it is always good to develop that approach at UG level itself.
Thanks, Dr. Parmar, for your.
Thank you, sir.
Just I want to say one more thing. Do you know the national health budget of the healthcare?
Yeah, it is very less allocated in health.
It is officially 1.9% of our GDP.
Yes, GDP.
So we do not have fund to take care of the living being. So I think it's a fancy idea at this moment, and this is number one. And
that's
number
why I'm
two,
telling that home department should
yes,
support.
everything it depends on the money, and next is the good wish. So we are talking in the other way around. We have all the good wishes, but not the money. Thank you.
I think no, I want to add something. We are all talking about collaboration on a lighter note. When department cannot collaborate within themselves. At times, when 4 or 5 people in department are not able to collaborate among themselves, we are expecting interstate, interdepartmental, interspecialty collaboration with specialties that do not exist on paper. That is one thing on lighter note. Second part is that because you are talking about home and funding from home side, home department, they are not able to develop the investigating or authorities based on whose inquest we are going to work. Still the constable is doing the inquest. Still they are writing on a piece of paper in writing which nobody can read out. So progress has to start from point A.
Yes.
Like pointed out, despite of all the laws, वो बिना ने बोला कि nobody fears in no police officer fears. I wanted to add कि पटना में डरता कौन है? पुलिस को तो छोड़ दो. So we are expecting for Ramraj. Yes. Ramraj will come. We are a newer specialty also, and the people are doing good. But because it is very dependent specialties, I would request Adarsh sir to conclude the session.
Yes, sir.
Because whatever integration you are expecting and you want, and all of us want, Dr. Binay, Dr. Praveen, even we had the same thought that we also in our talks say the same thing. But luckily we have Dr. Adarsh Kumar with us. Whatever integration you are expecting, he has everything in AIMS.
Yes.
But still, the outcome which you are expecting is not there to be on a harsher side. So he has radiology.
Yes.
He has fund is not a problem because 100 crores winner said, and they get 500 crores for that. So they have a building, they have autopsy, they have radiology, they have their own histopathology, they have their toxicology, they have their DNA lab with a rider that not for medical legal purposes. Toxicology lab with a rider not for medical purpose. That is the truth. If anybody is not knowing it, so I would request Adarsh sir to conclude the session with his experience thoughts, because he has been seeing it for years. and he is the chairman also.
I think yes, we are discussing these from so many years, and these are the, you can say, always point of discussion, how to improve the functioning. And whenever this issue comes, of course, we are always seeking the support from the Home Ministry so many times. But again, the ultimately, because their domain of functioning is different, our domain of functioning is different. In 2011, the government of India wanted to actually revamp the whole forensic investigation system, and forensic science bill was formed. So there it was an integrated approach, and the suggestions, the committee, you can say the overall overarching body, and there the person from forensic sciences were also there, person from forensic medicine were also there. And that was in fact, that was thought at that time, when we have all the persons, all the stakeholders at one board, only then things will improve further. But afterwards, what happened after 2012, then the chief forensic science DFS changed, the ministry changed. It was in the regime of Congress government, the ministry changed. And afterwards, our own forensic medicine people were against that idea that no, we have a separate body, we cannot work under home. They are working under the health ministry. And then all the idea, all the efforts, whatever we had done earlier, it was ultimately fizzled out, and the forensic science bill still remained the bill. It never transformed or came into the form of Forensic Science Act. It was never implemented, and it died down. So again, we have started from scratch one afterwards, and again, then afterwards, then that was the beginning of the Forensic Science University, and all these things come up. So whenever it comes to home, the forensic medicine, your idea is very novel and it should be done. But for them, their only thrust, and every thrust is just to strengthen the forensic science services. Forensic medicine doesn't figure in the priority list of that. That's the ground reality we have to accept. But
Yes.
few of the points, of course, I think we have already discussed that. The associations with the forensic science persons and all those persons, they have invited the various projects from forensic medicine. It was open to all, and few of the faculty have, you can say, submitted the project also that runs into crores. And in fact, that was supported by the Ministry of Home Affairs itself. But then, as you know, there are suppose 30 projects from all over India, and only suppose 2, 3, 4 are from forensic medicine, 25 are from forensic science. I'm just giving a view, and they have got suppose 3 crore rupees, right? And then naturally, then they have to prioritize. Those, again, the priorities out of those 25 also, no matter whatever good project they are, maybe they have restricted to 20, maybe restricted to 10, maybe restricted to 5, depending upon the financial involvement. So that's the way our system runs. I think we have to accept that, but then continuously there is no harm, and we are striving, and we are at whatever forum for all the developments and to improve all those services, especially pertaining to forensic medicine services where we are concerned. I think that was my view and my experience, because yes, it always feels good that younger generation is sharing these points. I have done all these 20 years ago, and we have seen so many things. But again, when it comes to actual reality, it comes back to square one. Let's hope with the advent of course, the new aims, of course, now that is the, you can say at aims, we have got the liberty to at least develop those kind of services, as Dr. Professor Tanuj has shared, that at aims we have got several labs also, forensic DNA, forensic toxicology. Gradually we are marching till now, because we are also not having the proper space, not having those guidelines to have that proper system. So that's why we are gradually improving it. Till now we are having it for the research purposes, but then toxicology, like for the drunken driving cases, we have opened it for the medical legal services also. So all the drunken driving cases of the South and Southeast Delhi, which comes the 35 police stations, which comes under us. So all the drunken driving cases, their blood samples are collected by, they come to us, and we give the report, and our scientists and all, we appear for the court also afterwards. So gradually the system we are trying to improve. So I hope the other aims also will take a lead from that, and other institutes, INI and other KGMC and all those bigger institutes, they must take the lead and develop the services at their own institute. That's how the system will improve in due course of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, with this final note of Dr. Adarsh Kumar, I conclude this session. And I'm sure that all the three presentations were of very high level and good interest for all the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
For our session 3, I would like to invite Dr. Puranchand sir and I will ask Dr. Mukul Sharma sir to kindly join the dais for chairperson. Dr. Mukul Sharma sir is working as assistant professor in forensic medicine and toxicology at AIIMS Raebareli, Uttar Pradesh. He is executive member of IAMLE. He has worked in forensic medicine at various medical colleges. I will ask Dr. Mukul Sharma sir to please introduce our speaker, Dr. Puranchand sir.
Dr. Puran Chand, sir is professor and head of Department of Prosthodontics and Crown Bridge. Sir is also the editorial board member of 6 various journals. Sir has 6 patent publications under his name, has 5 copyrights to his credits. He has 32 international and 54 national publications to add his credit. He has also been awarded with prestigious Vigyan Ratna Samman by the Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh for the year 2015 and 16. I would like to welcome sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for introduction and respected faculty members, students and colleagues. A very good afternoon to all of you. So first of all, I should express my apology regarding this because I am not expert of your field. I think you all are experts in front line. If there is any mistake created by me or observed by me, you can. I will request to all of you, please ignore it. I am basically, before the coming here in the medical education, I was in provincial medical services. I have faced a lot of the problem in the writing of the medical legal report. So I have done more than 200 cases in the 15 years of the life of the service and visited to the law of court for the evidences. And I faces the cross questioning by the counselor and judges also. So that's why I thought that I have to prepare something for the new generation dentist or for the coming dentist. So basically this presentation is a very small thing for you, but I want to express my knowledge or share to the young generation. So first of all, I express my apology to all of you. As you are an expert, the medical jurisprudence. Basically, that time I have started my BDS dental journey in the 1984. So that time there was no subject was the medical jurisprudence, forensic odontology. I have gained the knowledge either by some colleague or my colleague here in the forensic department like Anup Burma and Rupani Saab. and one book, that is Modi. Okay. So I wrote the scientific field that applied medical knowledge to the legal problem. Basic thing is medical legal injury report. Medical legal injury report is the written evidence created by written by the dental professional or medical professional and produced in the law of court for the facilitate the evidences for the lie the responsibility criminal evidence in the responsibility on the person. So I have faced the problem in the hospital कि who is the carrier, patient हमारे पास कैसे आ रहा है. So I have feel that there is 3 way to reach the patient or care to me. First of all, either himself or by the friend or by the with the relative. First, secondly, by the police officer or police constable by the police station, and thirdly, by the reference of the other hospital. The basic 3 sources for the me. In first cases, basically, if the patient come with the after the incidents or injury or with the relative, there is a mostly they are forcing the write the something wrong or some advanced thing to create a grievous injury. But in case of police, there are some mild and they're sent by the other medical colleagues reference. That one is absolutely fair. It was my experience. So what should what precaution I have to take in the examination? First, every cases, suspected cases, if it needed, you have to report the police station. And again, under section 39 of the CRPC, it is mandatory to report all the suspected cases, whether this is accidental or caused by criminal activities, should be reported to the nearest police station. And second is, before the examination or writing the report, I have to take the consent from the patient in the form of the written with the signature and thumb impression, or if the patient brought by the police man, the written order of the police station should be there, and I have to mention in our report they brought by some police constable and number, name, address, etc. And again, this copy should be maintained for the yourself in the hospital, because the cases open after 2 or 3 or 5 years. In that time, in government sector, we have transferred to one place to another place. I have no knowledge about the previous cases, what was the case. And in the visiting to the witness in the court, I have lost the memory regarding that case. So you have to record the cases, and it is maintained by the hospital authority. So it should be recorded by the own or working duty doctor and his own handwriting, and must be signed and stamped by the name and post. Again, how to write a medical legal report? So basically, there is 3 parts. First part, you can say that it will be preamble. Second part is a finding and observation, and third is a opinion. In preamble, I have to recognize the patient, personal identification, the name, age, sex, address, etc. Time of observation, date of the examination, hospital, serial number, address of the person and father's name, and last 5th number was very important. He brought by whom? Itself, by relative, or by police, or by referred by hospital. If referred by hospital, it should be mentioned in your report that the patient referred by Fla hospital by such time, and requiring the information regarding the number serial number of the injury. Before the referring, the person or professional or a doctor mentioned in their report the injury number fala, refer to the for expert opinion to dental surgeon or for expert examination. So you have to mention in our report, I am examining this number of the case. Before the examination, I have to identify with the two permanent marks on the face or exposed surface of the body for the identification of the person. Either maybe a mole or any birthmark or any cut mark or scar mark, I have to mention in our report. General examination, general physical condition should be mentioned. Type of the injury. Type of injury basically simple or grievous. Or injury dimension. Is it injury dimension means length, width, depth of the injury. Injury location. Injury must be located by the fixed landmark. If it is the face or the intraoral or extraoral, you have to mention that this is the away from the any fixed landmark. It should be preferred as a bony landmark like outer canthus of eye, angle of the mouth, or any fixed landmark. So this is the showing the mole or birthmark. Again, lastly come to the opinion. There is basically I have written only three types of opinion. Cause of injury, whether it is caused by weapon or roadside injury or any hard object or soft object. The cause by injury, caused of injury. Secondly, nature of injury, whether it is simple or grievous, and duration of the injury. Incidence, time of the incidence, and difference between incidence and the examination. The time of injury, I will discuss in next slide. What is the injury? Basically, in the section 44 IPC, injury is defined as any harm, whatever illegally caused to any person in body, mind, reputation, or property. But we are dealing only with the physical injury here. In the physical. Again, this physical injury can be divided. There is so many classification, but I have written here only two: legal injury, like simple and grievous, either simple or grievous. But in the medical legal report, that is a accidental injury, suicidal injury, or homicidal or fabricated. So injury can be in the form of mechanical injury, like caused by application of physical violence to the body, or firearm injury, roadside or traffic injury, thermal injury, including chemical, electrical, and explosion injury. Again, for the nature of the injury, in the under the IPC 319, that is a severe simple injury is an injury which is neither extensive nor serious and which heal rapidly without leaving any permanent deformity and disfiguration. In other words, it is an injury which is not dangerous in nature. And under IPC 320, there is 5 and 8 points for the grievous injury. Emasculation in case of male person, permanent privation or loss of vision, loss of ear, loss of part of the body. Basically, in dental field, 5, 6, and 7 number, destruction or permanent impairment of the power of the any member of the jaw, like TM joint or mandible, permanent disfiguration of the face, and loss of form and function of bone and teeth. So these three parts covered in our field. Basically, these photographs are the in original in my practice. There is a 3 points are also mentioned in the book. The endangering life, the threat of life, used weapon. ऐसे weapon जो use किए गए जिससे जिंदगी को खतरा हो सकता था. Or severely body pain which extend up to above the 20 days. Again, the injury may be abrasion, bruises, laceration, inside wound, stab wound, firearm injury, bite mark injury, and lastly, fabricated wound. The abrasion, you all know about the abrasion. What is the abrasion? Abrasion is a superficial injury of the skin and caused by the friction or any pressure. There is less bleeding and there is no defined margin. The scratch, it may be scratch or linear abrasion, might be a gliding abrasion, pressure abrasion, pattern or imprint abrasion, like some object are highly under pressure and cause the laceration. Sorry, bruise is there is no damage, but there is elevated part of the skin or collection of the blood due to rupture of the vessels and painful, and it change the color with the time. Basically, what is important in the case of the homicidal or hanging laceration injury, it is a deep skin or muscles and irregular margin. Inside wound, basically it is caused by the sharp weapons. There is a lacerated wound and caused by the blunt instrument. Stab wound caused by the any knife or dagger. There is a clear margin and depth is more than the width. Firearm, there is a gunshot or any explosive. Bite mark, either by the man or human bite or by animal bite. It can be recognized by the shape and size of the teeth. Fabricated wound, mostly in the government hospital, patient came with the fabricated wound because it's convert their IPC dhara into a grievous. That they come to the hospital or any person and extracted the tooth and said that I have got the injury from the other side. So you have to establish whether it was a fabricated or it is a real. So this is a very difficult to dental surgeon to find out whether it is fabricated or not. If the patient is edentulous and make a drill in the socket and say that there was a teeth before and I have got the injury during the violence. So we have to justify if whether it is a right or wrong. So in this regard, I say only key medical legal report should unbiased, neat and clean, and there should no any manipulation for your safety and for court of justice also. Intraoral examination, I have to examine the intraoral examination to number of the teeth, whether it is deciduous or permanent, alignment and position of the teeth, extrusion, intrusion, loss of teeth, if loss is due to injury or due to periodontitis, whether it is periodontitis, I think you can better judge whether the periodontal tooth loss is a grievous or not. IPC says that the loss of any part of the body, a fracture of the body will be grievous. But some experts said that if there is a loss of tooth due to periodontitis, that will be not a grievous. The position of teeth, whether it is a periodontically intrusion or extrusion, whether the teeth are missing due to trauma or due to disease. If the tooth is missing, the position of the socket, whether it is filled by the blood clot or covered by the slough or margins regarding the margin of the socket, that will be explain the cause of the injury and the duration of the injury also. This is the history. Cause of injury, we can on the basis of the examination, you can decide whether the cause is the blunt object or sharp instrument. Basically, you have to write either a hard blunt object, including stick, stone, fit, light weapon, sharp cutting like knives, scalpel, razor, etc. Heavy weapon with the sharp cutting edge, hatchet, axe, saber, pointed weapons, knife, dagger, needle, arrow, ice pick, firearm, gun shot, etc. How to decide the duration of the injury? It is basically on your clinical judgment on the basis of healing process of the body. Whether it is fresh bleeding, whether it is a clot, change in the color of the clot, there is a healing are covered by there is starting the epithelialization are covered by slough or any pus discharge or exudate, that will decide the duration of the injury. And lastly conclude, we have to examine thoroughly and fairly, unbiased and evidence based, and should report should preserve for the your knowledge and to evidence in the law of court. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate sir for a wonderful presentation on highlighting the training of students doing VDS. Specifically, the PANDA rule you must be following, I am very sure about it. So that highlighting the need for dentists to be knowing what all possible abuses could be and how to identify. Not only identify, to follow up later on so that the patient is in safe hands. So dealing with the clinical part as well as the legal part is also important on part of the dentist. Really well elaborated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Question?
It's time to felicitate our first speaker. I request the chairperson for the session, Dr. Manoj Kumar Mohanty sir, Amit Nagar sir, and Mukul Sharma sir, and Dr. Shalini Gupta ma'am and others sir, to felicitate our first speaker, Dr. Puran Chand sir. Dr. Vidusha Vijay ma'am. Dr. Binay Kumar sir. Dr. Pragnesh Parmar sir. Professor Praveen Kumar Arora, sir. Dr. Utsav Parekh, sir. It's time to felicitate our chairperson, Dr. N.K. Agarwal, sir. I request Dr. Jayanta, sir, and Dr. Padma Kumar, sir, to join us on the dais. Dr. Raghavendra, sir. Dr. Manoj Kumar, sir. Dr. Tanuj Kanchan, sir. Dr. Amit Nagar, sir. And Dr. Mukul Sharma, sir. Thank you so much, all of you. I request all the delegates and speakers to proceed for lunch. Kindly join us back in this hall at 2 o'clock for the validatory function. Thank you.
Lunch break is happening now, so kindly join the session after 2 o'clock.
team welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of 4th International Conference of Forensic Odontology and Child Abuse. Last 2 days have been immensely exciting for us. The actively participating delegates, both national and international, through physical and virtual modes from different departments and colleges, affirms the relevance and meaningfulness of this celebration. The conference proved indeed to be a synergy of youth creativity and talent quotient. Indeed, it was a hustle-bustle affair with gamut of events that proved as a feast for our curious minds, increasing our mental ability, logical thinking, and creativity. All in all, it was a knowledge-filled event gelled with cerebral grilling and creative palette. I hope everyone enjoyed this conference. Now I request Professor Shalin Chandra sir, organizing chairman of this conference, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, dear Dr. Nandlal, Dean Faculty of Dental Sciences, Dr. Adarsh, President of IMLI, Dr. Shalini, distinguished guests in the audience, and speakers from all over India and speakers from all over world who have addressed the gathering and who will be addressing the gathering tomorrow. Ideally, the valedictory function is the culmination of a conference. We are having actually today the culmination of the physical part of the conference. The conference will keep continuing till tomorrow, when we have about 15, 16 international speakers doing presentations virtually. So the virtual part will still continue, and we will be finishing with the physical part today. So that's why we are having the valedictory function today. A little bit of जैसे हिंदी में हम लोग विरोधाभास कहते हैं, कॉन्फ्रेंस खत्म नहीं हुई है लेकिन हम लोग खत्म कर रहे हैं क्योंकि फिजिकल पार्ट खत्म है, और we might not be seeing many of you tomorrow here. So that's why we want to have it today. I welcome you all to the valedictory function, and I am thankful to all the delegates and faculty members and speakers who participated and enriched the crowd both online and offline with their knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome our guest of honor, Professor Nandlal sir, Dean Dental KGMU. Welcome you, sir. Thank you for gracing this occasion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor sitting on the dais, Dr. Shalin, HOD Oral Pathology, Dr. Shalini and Dr. Adarsh, and all the delegates who have come from the entire country, from all over the country to participate in this conference. I think you might have enjoyed a lot within 2 days, and you will enjoy tomorrow also. This was a very good conference on the child abuse, and I think this type of conferences will again be done in the future for the sake of the convenience of for the public and as well as for our society. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Professor Pavitra Rastogi, sir, UPDCI President, to say a few words.
Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, dignified delegates, faculty members, valued colleagues, and dear students. As we all know that today we are gathered here for this valedictory session of this Conference of Forensic Odontology and Child Abuse. And being a president of UP State Dental Council, I personally believe this forensic odontology is the need of the hour. For all these students, it's a part of a curriculum. It should be the part of the curriculum also, as discussed with the Dr. Shalini earlier and Dr. Shalin Chandra. I am working on this also, and not as a particular subject, but we can add this specific part of any particular subject, and it should be added in the curriculum because as the role of the council is the ethics, profession, education, and all the things. So again, I congratulate especially the team of the oral pathology and all the organizing committee members and all the delegates who participated in this conference. I wish all the success for all of you. Thank you.
Our second guest of honor, Dr. Shankwar, is here, our Chief Medical Superintendent. I request him to join us on that.
Welcome you, sir. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Sir, may I now request Professor S.N. Shankwar, sir, CMS KGMU, to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everybody. On the dais, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Bipin Puri, sir, Dr. Adarsh, Dr. Nandlal, Dean Dental, Dr. Salim, Dr. Salini ji, faculty member of the dental faculty, resident doctors, and person from the media. Many heartiest congratulations for holding such a wonderful workshop and conference on unusual topic, forensic odontology. I congratulate all the faculty members, Dr. Salini and her team, and wish all the success for this conference. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our respected chief guest, Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Dr. Bipin Puri, sir, to bless us with his kind words of inspiration.
So good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure once again to be with you all on this valedictory function. I must submit that I have attended hundreds and thousands of valedictory functions, but this function takes the cake. Not because of anything else, but the numbers of people who are there. Normally, क्या होता है, सब चले जाते, निकल जाते हैं. By the end, by the time this actually happens, most people have moved out. But the fact that many of you have stayed back for the valedictory function speaks for itself. Speaks for the fact for two things. One, this conference generated interest. It was interesting. It was a different theme. It was a theme which was different from the, and of course, the fact that it was organized well by the organizers. And I'm very, very, very happy, very proud to see my team here from oral pathology and microbiology doing extremely well. And I thank each and every one of you, especially all the faculty members who have come from all over the country. I'm told there were 18 international and 15 national speakers, faculty members, each one of you. Because you see, without you all being there, we lose sight and we lose the purpose. And when you all are there, it adds to the credibility, it adds to the synergy, it adds to the wisdom, collective wisdom. And to me, that is what actually makes the difference between a good conference and a not so good conference. So I once again thank each and every member, faculty members, the delegates who have come from far and wide, many of the delegates who have joined up in on the online platform, and all of you, the students, of course, because it's a collective wisdom for all of you. And of course, the people who have been masterminding this wonderful conference. So once again, with these few words, I thank all of you. And I'm sure you had a good time here at Lucknow. We look forward once again, another time, to welcome you once again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words will stimulate all of us and will inspire us to soar higher and higher in life. Now I request the organizing chairman of this conference, Professor Shalin Chandra sir, and organizing secretary, Professor Shalini Gupta ma'am, to kindly facilitate felicitate the VC sir with a memento. I request Shalin Chandra sir and Shalini Gupta ma'am to felicitate Professor Nand Lal sir, the guest of honor. I request VC sir to do the honors. I request VC sir to present a memento to Professor S.N. Shankwar sir, CMS KGMU. Now I request VC sir to kindly present a memento to Dr. Pavitra Rastogi sir. Now I request Professor Adarsh Kumar sir to kindly introduce the most prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award of IAMLE.
On behalf of IMLI in the capacity of Honorary President, it's my proud privilege to announce the name of the Lifetime Achievement Award, which has been instituted in the name of Honorable Shri JP Singh Modi, in whose memory this Lifetime Achievement Award has been instituted by the IMLI. Now this year, it is our privilege to announce the name of Professor N.K. Agrawal, Director, Professor and Head, who is at UCMS and GTB Hospital, New Delhi. He is an academician par excellence with vast teaching experience of around 40 years. And he has delivered many guest lectures, including all, and so many laurels to him. He is a national award to that also.
Respected Vice Chancellor and the dignitaries sitting on the dais, delegates, my friends, आज इस मोमेंटो अवार्ड को लेते हुए ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं बुढ़ा हो गया. Lifetime Achievement Award is also given to a person who is old. So, but I would like to say that my journey of more than 40 years in forensic medicine has given me so much and total life and everything. I enjoyed my life. I have given, I will not say so much to the fraternity, but I have taken so much from this forensic medicine in this field. But forensic medicine fraternity can say that I might have given or not given. So I will say thank you very much to everybody, whosoever has given me this opportunity and helped me to reach at this stage throughout my life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Heartiest congratulations. Now I request VC sir to present a memento to Professor Raghavendra sir and Professor Tanuj Kanchan sir for successfully conducting DVI workshop and giving hands-on experience to the participants. Now I request VC sir and guest of honor to present a token of appreciation to the organizing chairman of this conference, Professor Shalin Chandra sir. Now I request VC sir to present the token of appreciation to Professor Shalini Gupta ma'am, organizing secretary. A token of appreciation to Dr. Priyanka Singh, co-organizing secretary. Dr. O.P. Gupta sir, the treasurer of this conference. For boosting the morale of the organizing committee members, I request VC sir to present token of appreciation to the active members of the organizing committee. Dr. Neetu Nigam, Dr. Anurag Tripathi, Dr. Rhythm Benz, Dr. Vandana Singh,
Dr. Ruby Dwivedi, Dr. Ruby Dwivedi, Dr. Pradakshina Vijay, Dr. Anmol Bargaria, Dr. Shilpi Baghel,
Dr. Pooja, Dr. Siva Kumar, Dr. Neha Upadhyay, Dr. Nikhil Gupta, Dr. Manjeet Kaur Mehta, Dr. Tanveer Fatima, Dr. S. Ramya, Dr. S. Ramya, Dr. Iram Khan, Dr. Kriti Sharma, Dr. Sharon John, Dr. Roshna, Dr. Saloni Verma. Dr. Priya. Dr. Priya. Dr. Ayushi Jain. Dr. Prerna Singh. And Amita Sangwan. Shubham Kumar. Dikshanvita Anand. Dikshanvita Anand. Nasiruddin Ahmed. Amrita Singh. Yashasvi Singh. Yashasvi Singh. And Nishu. Nishu. Now for the paper, poster and competition winners. Due to time constraints, the name of all the winners are displayed on the screen for different competitions. Few of the members who are present here, we are declaring their names. Paper presentation, Dr. Neeti Solanki. Dr. Neetu Nigam. Dr. Anshu Priya. Dr. Fahad Samadhi. Dr. Priyanka Singh. Dr. Pradakshna Vijay. Dr. Nikhil Gupta. Dr. Manjeet Kaur Mehta. Dr. Sharon. Dr. Kriti. Dr. Ramya. Dr. Deepika Yadav, Dr. Vishakha Gupta, Dr. Jyoti Solanki, Injila Fatima and Saubhagya Agnihotri, Shivani Verma, Saubhagya Agnihotri, Prabhup Dhillon, Sauna Pal, Shubham Rathod, Nasiruddin Ahmed, they have won in the essay competition. Mansi Raj and Pushpendra for the quiz competition. Tarun Mishra and Ashish Singh for quiz competition. Shivani Yadav and Nishu for soap carving. And for Rangoli, Yashasvi, Amrita and Mansi Raj and Nishu. This team won second, and first prize was for the team comprising Simple Singh, Nikita and Khushbu. Now I request Professor Adarsh Kumar Sir, President IMLE, to kindly bless us with his words of wisdom.
Okay. On behalf of IMLE, I think this has been a excellent experience at this very college for having this conference after a long gap of almost 3 years because of the COVID pandemic and all the physical gatherings were restricted during the last 2 years. And I like to congratulate and thanks my dear friend, Professor Shalin Chandra, the organizing chairman, and Dr. Shalini Gupta for taking this responsibility of organizing this conference with the support of Indian Academy of Medico-Legal Experts. And then I extend my sincere thanks to all the speakers, national speakers who are the committed members of the IMLE, predominantly from various AIMS and other institutes who have come all the way from different parts of India and graced this occasion, shared their knowledge during these 2 days of academic extravaganza with all the participants. During this conference, of course, we'll be finishing the physical conference today itself, but then we are continuing with the virtual conference for the international speakers, where the members of the IMLI from different parts of the world will be speaking and sharing their knowledge on this particular topic of child abuse. And they will be sharing their experience, how they handle in their countries, so that all the participants can learn from each other. So practically, this our conference is continuing till tomorrow. It's tomorrow also. So in absentia, I like to extend my sincere thanks to them also. Maybe many of them are attending online. During this 3 days conference, we also had parallel workshops. First day, we had the workshop on the disaster and conflict victim identification. Then we had a workshop on the bite mark analysis. And then tomorrow we are also having the workshop on the 3D printing. So the conference was not only on the basic theme of forensic or this child abuse, it is also catering to the other associated branches and other associated, you can say, things, specialities, which as a forensic experts, as a forensic odontologist, as a forensic scientist, as a law experts, which we come across, and we have had the hands-on experience and deliberated and exchanged our views. So I'll just like to conclude here and thank you all. Thank you, dear students and delegates also from all parts, the KGMC predominantly and other parts, who have come all the way and graced this occasion. And I'm sure you must have learned many of the aspects, many of the intricacies of this particular branch, which is relatively, you can say, a more complicated one during this 3 days of conference. Again, the thanks to the organizers for having the giving the great hospitality to all the speakers, all the participants. And I think this memories, not only the academic, whatever knowledge we exchange, but the kind of hospitality which has been extended by the Lucknow city of Nawab, which is otherwise famous also for the hospitality. I think these memories will be cherished forever. So thank you all for gracing this occasion, coming all the way. And maybe I like to request if any of the participants, if speakers, if they share their experience of having this conference, maybe I invite Professor Dr. Jayanta Das to share a few words, and maybe others also, whatever they want to share or they want to tell about this conference.
Very good afternoon. It's a marvelous conference with full house. We learned a lot of things, theoretical perspective, as well as the private thing. At the same time, the practical world, how the world runs. Those who are students, it is mainly designed for them. Yes, we do need theoretical background, but until and unless anything is implemented, it's of no use of real world. So try to be participating in more and more this kind of conferences and the practical aspects of life. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, a big 3 cheers for the organizing committee. Hip hip hooray!
NK Agarwal sir, Padma sir, if you want to say something, please.
My friend had just said hippie hooray. I will say cheers to the organizers. They have given us so much knowledge, fun, food, everything. Whatever we need, whatever we think we can get, we have got it. So we are again thankful to the Madam Shalini Gupta, Dr. Shalin sir, and Dr. Adarsh Gupta. So with all these words, I think we have enjoyed a lot. We have learned a lot within a 1.5 day, whatsoever it was there, although I have missed it some part, but it was a nice program. And I think tomorrow the international speakers will also give us little knowledge. I will try to join this program by then. Thank you. Cheers to them.
I'd like to add a word here. It is a saying, behind every successful man, there is a woman. But in this case, in this case, behind a successful woman is a man. Dr. OP, sir. Sir, I request you to say a few words.
Thank you, everyone.
Respected Shalin sir, Adarsh sir and madam. I met Shalini madam first time we met in Kathmandu. I never expected such a great organizer in you. Wonderful organizing capacity you have. I'm grateful to you. Another thing, I got a feedback about you also from your students. You are a great teacher. Because I was telling there was a ragging in certain institutions. The PGs get ragging. So that kind of activities, nothing is there. It's like a family. That feedback also I got from your students. And it's a wonderful experience in Lucknow. First time, this is my first visit to Lucknow academic feast. And the non-veg and the never-ending snacks which we got. I have migraine. Even then, I took tablet and I had all varieties of Lucknow food. Thank you very much, madam, and sir also. Sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Request Dr. Rituja Sharma, the Vice President of the IMLI, please say a few words.
I would like to thank the organizing committee and all the persons on the dais, and thanks for young listeners. Thank you very much.
Dr. Vidusha, like to say a few words?
I regret that I could join the conference only today. If I had known it was this much fun, I think I would have come yesterday. So that's what I have to say. It was really a wonderful, wonderful feast today. And the food especially. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Praveen, Secretary of IMLI.
I would like to thank the organizing chairman, Dr. Shalin sir, organizing secretary, Dr. Shalini Gupta madam, and President IMLI, our very own Dr. Adarsh Kumar sir, for organizing in collaboration this international conference on forensic odontology and child abuse, which actually was a academic feast for all of us, I believe, because IMLI conferences, wherever we have been, because I am associated with sir for a long time now, and we started in DY Patil Pune also, in Nepal also, wherever I attend, and there are a lot many associations of different specialties, but especially what I find with the conferences like this, these are real academic feasts and where you come together and learn. Otherwise, the conferences are mostly like you gather and you visit around the city and just the paper presentation for the sake of certificates is there. But here in such conferences, definitely we get to learn a lot. And today again, it happened for last 2 days rather. We were learning a lot from all the esteemed speakers and the students also. Your enthusiasm was great and you are very good listeners also. We'll say thank you all and thank you, sir.
Professor Akhilesh Pathak, please, like to share a few words? Because now we have got the liberty of time. And at least the valedictory are the few of the memories which will be etched forever.
I would like to congratulate to all the organizers. It is really difficult task to organize a conference now these days in a physical mode. हम लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, organizers को कुछ plan करना है, आगे का transport plan करना है, food का करना है, everything mind कुछ ना कुछ चलता रहता है, and everything was well placed. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you.
Professor Tanuj Kanchan.
Good afternoon, everybody. अब सब लोगों ने सब कुछ बता ही दिया है और so it was wonderfully planned conference. We had a wonderful time, right from academic events, scientific sessions to evening get-togethers, and we are looking forward to Lucknow trip now. So I thank Madam and Sir, everybody again.
Yes, please.
What is the take-home message? I want to listen this from the students. Anybody, volunteer, come forward and speak. किसी का पास कोई opinion नहीं है? अरे say only one line. Let's follow the footprints of Mr. Adarsh Kumar. A big hand to Dr. Adarsh Kumar. Adarsh is a Hindi word that has to be followed, and the man with the proper significance of the name is Dr. Adarsh Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Adarsh Kumar.
Now, anyone from the younger lot, younger representative, who are the futures of, you can say, forensics, maybe from the student, forensic science, Vaishali, I'll request Vaishali to please share her experience from the student's perspective. She has come all the way from Gujarat Forensic Science University, Ahmedabad.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, ma'am. I came to the similar conference that was held in 2019, and there were many international speakers that time. And I guess that is the essence that we have missed this time. It was a cultural amalgam at that position. But at this position, I can say it's very nice to hear people from so various backgrounds and so various disciplines and understanding their perspective about things like this. It's a very serious topic, child abuse, and getting insight from people who have experienced those things, who have handled those things, and who have led to their justice. It's a very nice experience, and I guess we've become people like you. We've become as good as you people are, so that we ensure that what all you have done, we continue to do that. Thank you so much.
I request one of our PGs to share her experience about organizing a conference. Any first year or second year, anybody? Sharon, you are a good speaker. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, ma'am and sir, for giving us a chance to organize this. More than attending the conference, we learned how to manage all the things, how to put things in the right place, and it was taught to us by both of you.
What about the scoldings?
That is okay, sir. That is a part of the journey. That is totally fine, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. Totally. We nurture with that. Thank you so much, sir.
Any UG student who participated in the conference want to share your experience? Any undergraduate, first, second, third, final, even interns can speak.
Dr. Patwari, will you like to say a few words? Dr. Raghvendra. All are welcome in fact. It's your
Good evening, everyone. I'm Yashashvi Singh, BDS second year student. Standing here is a big achievement for me in itself, because being a second year student, I didn't think that I'll make it here in a conference like this. But ma'am, I really thank ma'am that she made it possible for me to participate in such small position, like from initial phase only, like first year, second year, in this phase only, to participate in these activities. It's huge for me. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir.
First, thanks to the organizing team. I know how much pain you have taken to organize this type of event. And one thing I have seen here, That is a good one. I have nothing to teach Tanuj or this Vidwa or anyone, but these students, they are the future. So if they can learn something from these 2 days or this conference, then it is the success. Thank you. And I'm seeing you all, that is the good thing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So it was a matter of privilege for me in 1998 to be here as a student, MBBS student. So I was on that side at that time. Now the organizing committee has given me opportunity to be here on this side. So this conference was very wonderfully organized. So I would like to thank the organizing committee and IMLE president that they have given really very good thing in this, very good contribution in this conference by making it a success, and audience have learned a lot of things. And I think students have also learned a lot of things. So they will amalgamate, they will take the things from here and they will apply that in a practical aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Few of our prize distributions were left. So I will request Professor Shalini Chandra sir and Professor Shalini Gupta ma'am, Adarsh sir and N.K. Agarwal sir to kindly present the prizes to the winners. Professor Raghavendra sir for successfully conducting the DVI workshop. Dr. Tanuj Kanchan sir. Dr. Jay Somkuvar, second prize paper presentation. Dr. Priyambada Sabba, poster presentation. Dr. Ruby Dwivedi, second prize for paper presentation. Dr. Tanveer Fatima ma'am for paper presentation. Dr. Ramya for poster presentation. Dr. Iram in paper presentation. Dr. Saloni Verma for poster presentation. Dr. Ayushi Jain. For successfully conducting the bite mark workshop. Dr. Priya. For technical support in the conference. Now I request Dr. Priyanka Singh ma'am to kindly present vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ruby. And good evening, everyone. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I, Dr. Priyanka Singh, co-organizing secretary of this conference, on behalf of organizing committee, feel honored and privileged to thank our chief guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Bipin Puri sir, PVSM VSM, Honorable Vice Chancellor, KGMU Lucknow, and our guest of honor, Professor S.N. Shankwar sir, CMS Lucknow, Professor Nandlal sir, Dean, Faculty of Dental Sciences, KGMU Lucknow, and Professor Adarsh Kumar, who blessed us with their presence. I also thank Professor Pavitra Rastogi sir for his kind support. I am also very much thankful to all the speakers, both national and international, and chairpersons for sparing out their valuable time and sharing their experiences and knowledge with us. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and support to shape the conference. I convey deep and hearty thanks to all the delegates from India and across the globe who are attending this conference in either physical or virtual mode. The active and outnumbered participation of delegates are core for the success of this conference. I would also like to thank our beloved and respected head of department, Professor Shalin Chandra sir, organizing chairman of this conference, for his constant support, help and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. I also thank Professor Shalini Gupta ma'am, organizing secretary of this conference, for her constant motivation, dedication, and guidance. It is because of her efforts the conference has been a huge success. I'm also thankful to the course conveners of different workshops for sharing their knowledge and providing hands-on experience to the extent of actual scenario. I'm also thankful to the moderators of different sessions, conveners of different competitions, and our organizing team members, especially Dr. Ruby, Dr. Pradakshna, Dr. Shilpi, Dr. Sevakumar, Dr. Pooja, and all the JRs, Dr. Iram, Dr. Sharon, Dr. Kriti, Dr. Ramya, Dr. Ayushi, Dr. Saloni, Dr. Priya, and Dr. Roshna, and also the research fellows, Prerna, Purnima, Saurabh, and Amita, for their constantly being on toes, phones, and in front of their laptops working to make this conference a success. I also thank our sponsors and media personals for supporting us. Last but not the least, I thank all the staff of our department whose contribution towards the success of this conference is unmatched. Thank you once again, or to all of you. Now I hand over the mic to Dr. Ruby. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, I now request everyone to kindly stand up for national anthem. Ma'am, kindly serve the tea after national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा चंचल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय हिंद।
Thank you, everyone. The tea is being served. Have a sip before leaving. Thank you.